What's that? Silk Road was the first big fuck you on drugs.
Silk Road had 20,000 new users every single month.
That's Danny Harry. Steroids, Xanax, clonopin, Valium. You could pretty much buy anything. You have to even leave the hunger of your own to take.
Yes,
There was one person at the helm of this organization. More than a drug dealer.
It's genius, in my opinion.
Every transaction was meant to go against the whole idea of government.
From that day, you can try to bring it back. I am the high. organizations and leaders that manufacture drugs and medicine. The first time I ever heard about silver and all that kind of stuff, essentially like, hey man, there's this website where you can buy drugs on it, you can sell drugs on it. I was like, what? The rest of the menu on the left shows all the drugs that you can turn into by hand for you, and then the associated, number, amount.
Look at this one. Yosh.
It was like going on Amazon or on eBay and seeing a copy. We just looked at items and some of these was cocaine, DMT, and all the other drugs that you can have before. Just in front of you, all you do is play twice that show for the rest of it. He's like, to become a vendor is very simple. All you have to do is click on the bottom right hand corner and you can easily make your vendor. Marketing and customer service were number one. Everything was shot in the studio with professional lighting, and you got the product in manufactured. In order to sell LSD, you get some kind of ordering papers, doctor papers, any kind of paperwork that somebody sees a lot of, they want to avoid. And if it's you, and then figuring out a way to conceal it in a way that they won't see it. We would get a product such as Dove chocolates, open it up, put it into the Dove chocolate packaging, close it up, and then we had shrink wrap storage, so the product was manufactured most never open. I just don't know what ended up in law enforcement's hands, how much of it when you can't worry about things like that. Whole business is built on who's got the balls to push your card.
I remember the day I got the call in late February 2018. My boss told me this on the website that operated on this dark net, and it made it hard to locate where the site was. Try to get customers. Amazon drugs, everybody drug one, and the scale was worldwide. Cases like this, IRS criminal investigation are a lot of times important because we're financial experts who track the money, and most crimes are about the money. I had studied accounting when I was in college. I worked as an auditor, and then I became special. I hadn't up until this point done any kind of work. Drug trafficking. My first day on the investigation, the first day was introducing myself. Hey, I'm the agent, and you know about this silver. For the most part, to a man, they hate kids. I get the undercover laptop, power up the site, and I am dumbfounded. I had heard about it, but until you actually got to the site, to saw how professional it was done, how easy it was to get to the site, it really would be.
For a normal person to purchase on selfie, being search required to download a special browser, which would allow them access to the dark web.
This is what really offered you is the connections to multiple support, and that's a tool anyone can download. It's only puts your traffic as you browse it rather than bounces it through 3 different servers all around the world. So you can locate people using it or administer to the site. But that isn't good when you're trying to use a credit card. It wouldn't be too hard hard for an investigator like myself to track down this purchase. So the site specifically only authorizes Bitcoin transactions.
The second protection of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a digital currency. It's independent of any bank or government, unlike any currency that otherwise exists in the physical world.
It works like cash on the internet. You can move it, but it doesn't have to be associated with your name. So we used to make sure that people can trace it.
What makes such a unique lesson in combined for Bitcoin? I think that's often how innovation works. That combination, I think, was really the spark to change the whole game.
Even though there were numerous vendors, there was overriding force that controlled the site. That's the person. He would call himself the captain of the ship. Originally, it was called Silk Road Admiral. But after a time, he took on a new name, Drake Parker.
You're the Dread Pirate Rockets, what is it?
That it has significance because it comes from this film album, Princess Bride. Dread Pirate Roberts is the title that's passed down from one noble criminal to the next.
This no fellow. Computer. You send this. It's fine. Okay. You'd be shocked to find residents that are outlawed from our jurisdiction. That doesn't mean Silk Road is laws. Our basic rules are to treat others as you would wish to be treated. Mind your own business. And don't do anything to hurt or scam anyone else. There are some things you will never find here. They include child pornography, stolen goods, and assassinations. As a community, if we are going to survive, we need to adopt a long-term vision. We live in our sincere hope that making the house available in a secure and predictable way. We will eliminate the violence of obtaining drugs through traditional methods.
Some producers just loved it. They called DPR the Che Guevara figure, changing the liberties of man. DPR really believed that his users intuitively were ushering in this new era of human freedom.
I search long and hard for the truth about what is right and wrong, about what is good for humanity. All of a sudden, it was sobering. Every action taken outside the scope of government control strengthens the market and weakens the state. I saw how quickly the state would crumble if it did not tax revenues. And soldiers would completely see in the jungle that has just broken the surface of the forest floor. It's a big, scary jungle with lots of dangerous creatures. Each have adaptation to survive in a hostile environment as human society.
There's two ways to see the silver. You can see it as just a mathematical conspiracy as it's described by the FBI, or you can see it as brain experiments translating people at almost dangerous level of freedom. On the internet, people can actually communicate with their voice.
The first thing you want to know in this is not what you do know. You want to know what you don't know. And I know I didn't know a lot. So I had to go all the way back to the beginning. It was only after a few months of sequel getting started that it became into the public consciousness. What happened was there was an article written by Gawker about, I believe it was, even by Andy Druggy Within days of the first article, Senator Schumer from New York called a press conference calling for the site to be shut down.
Peddle drugs are harm that we have ever seen. It's more brazen than anything else by life.
Traffic to the site went through the roof.
Authorities say they are absolutely shocked by popular new websites brazenly selling illegal drugs to anyone with a computer.
Dus er marktplaats van drugs opgekocht en sites genaamd selfie.
A lot more eyeballs and traffic on the site became much more profitable. Drugs were being shipped all around the U.S. Drugs were being shipped outside of the U.S. Drugs were coming in from outside. It was going all over the place.
LSD, cocaine, and ecstasy are now just a click of a mouse away.
The case was pretty high profile. People wanted results. But they didn't know how to bring it up.
We even have a local customer who says there's not a lot the police can do to stop it. I am calling on the DEA and the Department of Justice to immediately shut the site down before more damage.
Wherever this person wanted to say, you would think at this point they said, "Oh, I should get out of this game." But surprisingly, the person's reaction to running something was, "Holy shit, this is epic." The gauntlet has been thrown down. Bring it on.
I'm so broke. All the customers I had, almost all face to face. The Silk Road came along, virtually expanding my network to every single customer in the world.
New York cyber branch of the FBI was the lead technical investigative agency for this investigation. There were millions of dollars being transferred back and forth, and it was large-scale purchases from casual drug users to hardcore dangerous drugs.
Maybe I was making money from every transaction. He was getting a fee every time good was sold on the site.
6 months into the investigation, we had limited success. We hadn't identified the insurgency yet. We hadn't been able to defeat Tor. We hadn't identified the drug pirate robbers. We didn't know where he was, who he was, how old he was, if he was a male or female. That creates a huge challenge to a very aggressive investigative team. Launching mental exercise, a lifetime prison dying for this. How can I feel pause to breathe and give myself forward to the mission of outlining each other? What we are doing is more important than non-significance in life. What we are doing will affect 4 generations to come. And could be part of a monumental shift in how human beings organize and relate to one another. Self-love is a relatively phenomenon. That is one person will tell you that not knowing that I is created.
You are complete. That was very well. I completely the site had increased around 3%. They later increased their percentage somewhere around 12%. This further brings up reasoning to keep the all
Teenagers are new, shopping my actions to feel free. I say, she can me. Have I lied? And then she continues to manipulate. Do you think about yourself? Do you have what is all seems to keep its way? Whether you like it or not, I am the captain of this ship. And if you don't like the rules of the game, get off the boat.
Good part of Roberts could have been anybody. There was a lot of theories.
Sometimes I'm wondering, but I man just asked that kind of question.
Different nationalities, different age groups.
Writing of Silk Road made us believe that someone from Australia or English speaking person. I imagine some kind of potbelly guy in his basement in Silicon Valley.
You were theoretically the person had connections to Russia.
My guess was that it was from the UK.
I thought he was relatively young. That's in terms of the younger generations.
You really didn't know where the person was located. He was at a ghost.
There was a Friday night. I was frustrated with the case. I wasn't getting results that I thought I should be getting. So what I decided is I'm going to go over it. But there was a math teacher. I think I kind of got that from him. Unfortunately, I thought it was 2 is 4. He always raised me to 5 So I was going to go over every last bit of it. I think I had missed something. I was hard time sleeping. As a kid, I'd sleep like something that I shouldn't do. My fiance, she would be upset at me sometimes. Why you up late at night? Why don't you go to sleep? So I go to my couch, and that's where I do most of my work. And I just start plugging away. The Silkworth site was hosting apartments for any service, but that is no good if someone just on the internet. So I think whoever was running the site had to first advertise it. I saw quick search terms and Silkworth went for a lot of stuff to do back. So I started putting out local searches. Silkworth started in early 2011, so I limited it to before, say, February 2011. To see if there was any mentions of the Silkworth site before then, I would start there. By doing that search, I came across the posting on the big profile as part of click on it, and it brings me to this discussion about how someone can have a drug enterprise online without the need, and he's advertising for his Silkworth site. So this typically gains all other mentions. So it was an eye-opener. How did this person out there know about this before the site was launched? On his final posting in October of 2011, Altoy says he's going to start up a Bitcoin company and he's looking for programming help. He asks people to reach out to him. In the posting, he lists the Gmail account for their account. The Gmail account used is crossword at gmail.com. And I was like, wow. Yeah, I have to look into what this crossword is.
Actually, when we talked to him. And after that, we were inseparable. I honestly don't think there's anything we didn't do together, from going to parks, going to hikes, to going to art museums, yoga, exercise. He was also into Qigong and breathing. There was a period of time when he was always in his room, was always working on stuff. He really always had his computer in tow. It was very interesting to him about it. What do you most to say about this 2011 year?
I'm excited to see how they play out. It's going to be a year of change. Broad scale.
He was known on campus as being just, a really cool, awesome dude. People would just get drawn to him. He would always try and make sure everybody was having a good time, that nobody was off in their own corner doing their own thing.
It was definitely my first love. Sex, going out, going to parties, going out to eat, and cuddling, and freezing cold, just perfect. He kind of made me think about a lot of things, a lot of different perspectives on life that I never considered before. It's genius, in my opinion. It was all about entrepreneurship, and his parents were entrepreneurs. They condos in Costa Rica and rented them out. He genuinely loved his family, and Ross genuinely looked up to his dad and loved his mother. So I think, I definitely think they had an influence on him.
Ross would dress it as little as possible. I knew him for a big chunk of freshman year before I ever knew his name. He was no shirt guy. And he was no shirt guy to literally hundreds of other people. I'm sure never even bothered to use his name. I remember one time we were going camping, and to Ross, since he was no shirt guy, wearing a bunch of clothes was, something that you had to do because other people made you do it. And once we got to our campsite right by this lake, it was like, okay, clothes come off. I'm going to spend as much time as I can out in nature, just completely butt-ass naked doing my own thing.
I didn't really have a lot of friends at that point, so I just went out with Ross. When I was working, I don't know what I was doing, to be honest.
So I'm really wondering if I want to tell the other guys about what I found. I have a very expressive face. So when I get it, I'm pretty excited. That's a big, that's something new. That's something that I think I'm into. I'm looking to express it. So the case had been going on for about 2 years. And they said, well, how do you find it? And I tell them, Google. They're like, really? That's what you did? And I'm like, yes. I mean, you come into these big cases and technically practical searches. You should expect something using looks. I would just pull outside of people dismiss it.
So I was working at Forbes when I saw the first press come out about the Silk Road. I was pretty much obsessed with the Silk Road as this new phenomenon on the internet, especially with the drug cartels, this mysterious figure behind it all. Of course, I wanted to figure out who he was. That would be the ultimate scoop. Before we could private message, and as anonymous as he was, still available for anybody to reach out to. And I was shocked to see that he actually was responsive. He went back to me immediately, which is not what you would expect from the kingpin of massive drug operation. He says that he wanted to share this vision he had, but that he was waiting for what he considered to be the right moment for him. He wanted to wait for some new phase of Silk Road that he believed, but never fully explained. Very polite and professional, espoused these political ideals that seem very noble. He was funny at times. I proceeded to pester him to give me a full interview. I at one point just launched into a series of questions about who he was, how old he was, if he was male or female even, and he was so freaked out that he cut off all contact. Ross and I would talk about politics for hours and hours. He thought that people were their own best judges of what was right for them, and it was a bad idea to have somebody essentially standing over their shoulder tell them what was okay and what wasn't.
Drugs are menacing our society. They're threatening our values and undercutting our institutions. They're killing our children.
Ross agreed with the libertarian idea that people have the natural desire to do stuff like drugs, and that when you have a legal setup where access to drugs is prohibited,
Drugs take away the dreams of every child's heart and replace it with a landmark.
you don't stop people from doing drugs. You've just made it more likely that they'll get injured, or they'll get ripped off, or they'll get into an uncomfortable relationship with some shady drug dealer.
We face this as a nation united. This will be nothing but a handful of useless chemicals.
I'm sure in his mind he was thinking, there's got to be a better way.
Ross and I started off as neighbors down the hall. Eventually, he found this place. He and his girlfriend were also in the place.
We got a 2-bedroom apartment, really cute place. I got a hot tub and everything.
Have you ever been to Big Ben? Yeah, that's cool. Yep. And looking up this guy. And looking at this fucking story. Yeah. Oh, so hospitals. And the pollution fire and all that. Just streets. You know. Some kind of like space jump.
Trash space. I had no idea.
Ross was always working on a new project. Like, as far as I can tell, he never really took for him sort of the 9 to 5.
Having to lie to people. Friends were telling me that my time to do this or that. Like I have all this free time.
Mistakes. At some point, can't really talk about it, but this project, working on it, really excited about it. It's crazy days, so I thought, you know what, this is his new project, he's working on it, we'll see where it goes. I was honestly like, okay, great, that's awesome. The problem is, with Ross, he would work on a new project, and then he would just not bring it out, and that was sort of weird. Being an entrepreneur is very hard. Most people fail.
I just want to scream. I'm running a multi-million-dollar enterprise. Growing up, I would have suffered by being like that. Everyone saw that. Home job, 99 customer service. I'm earning $1,000 pens. And all the money I wanted to. I could do anything I really can imagine. Well, everything we did went to Pattaya, Thailand. We started wrestling with color. A whole bunch of people to ride us around on elephants while we were on top of the elephants, smoking heroin, all sorts of crazy things on our phones, and throwing $100 bills out of there. It was like one of those fucking painted elephants and everything, so you have like the house on top.
It's hard to get a house that's smooth, but I love it. I love you guys.
I came up with a signature for my money, but that was like one of the most, that was like the happiest part of my life.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being my comrades. Thank you for giving me the best job in the world.
So I grew up with my family in the projects in Brooklyn, New York, and we can see firsthand the devastation of drugs back to the community. It's not crazy to see people high on drugs. There's always something afraid of it because someone was addicted to some of the drugs. You don't know what they were doing. People were desperate. They were throwing daisies out the window, people jumping out of windows. Right? You don't care about who you are. The devastates you never use it. It is frustrating when you think you found something and you don't think other people have enthusiastic as you are. But in those times, you just have to remain professional. Say, hey, well, listen, just keep working your case. It doesn't really matter what they think. If it's the truth, then they're going to have to do it. I continue to look for all the records of what Mr. Wood had put out there. And he had someone from using his name to a master's degree and background in finance. The strange thing was, whatever DPR was into, DPR love some random portion of economics that I had not heard about until in this case. But DPR love economics, and so did Oakland. So everything I found was like, wow, everything was matching up to DPR.
My husband's real name is Chris. He got into some beginning because he does take a lot of prescription pain medication for some injuries. So that's why he used the handle chronic pain. As Curtis became more involved in self-harm, he would go and post on the board. He has knowledge of a lot of prescription medications, and I found it very helpful. DPR started to get notice. Curtis actually called me and said, come home, we have good news. So I hurried home, and he said, guess what? DPR offered me a job on some road. Just changing passwords and settling disputes between vendors and buyers. And I said, that's all, because I'm asking you to sell. Correct. And he said, no, it's not that. $800 a week is not changing. That's more than I make full time. But there was one catch. He had to send a copy of his driver's license, so DPR would know where he was at and who he was. Looking back now, yeah, that was a big mistake. Lost my actually at that time started to kind of get a little rocky. Just a lot of arguing, just a lot of fighting. He had mentioned his desire to make a website push the that was anonymous. People didn't have to worry about the government giving in on their sales and money. The idea of making money inside of the government is very, very scary to me. Maybe it was selfish of me, but I said, do I really want my boyfriend to go to jail? He didn't listen to me.
The option of how she created this power of this world is not going to jail.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, I thought I was going to end up at Ross and possibly get married.
The possibility and keeping your world secret.
I just think a lot of those things kind of made us naturally drift apart. So we broke up. So I don't really know what happened after that.
mentioned, I have a job to do. I started looking into employment, so I started to travel. I started to get travel to Jamaica. I know that Jamaica is one of the places that you possibly can get some passport and therefore for this tax investigations. I also was able to get IP information from Google so we could log in. And I saw that he was logging in from San Francisco, California. A couple weeks after I found the video was over, I was using Google through tons of images. I was amazed. The last thing I could find is a 35-minute video of him on the internet talking.
The 6th, 2012, San Francisco. Random.
It was a very long video, 35 minutes, with him and his friend. And I guess they did it for some sort of documentary. And it was eye-opening for me because this is the first time I got to see Oprah speak.
So, hey, what do you want to talk about today?
He talked about growing up.
Quirky and witty.
It was such a brutally honest, what it appeared to be such a brutally honest conversation between two friends. They talked about their sexual interactions.
Chad was kind of small time hockey.
His best friend had asked him for us to move out to San Francisco with him.
You just right on.
And in this conversation, he asked him, he also texted us, before I asked you,
I was living in Austin, Texas, and bed with his lips. And
when his friend asked him, he had no answer. Stumbling about his answers, things up. I looked at YouTube, music, I believe it had 1 million views, and there were 2 people in the video. I'm the first person watching it. That was when he I'm like, looking at this guy. So I've obviously grown into a real phenomenal effective, a phenomenal like anything I've never seen before on the internet. So after 8 months of capturing that moment in the forums, DPR finally agreed to a real on-the-record interview. He paid me an honorary company just for a few hours so that we could communicate anonymously. It was fun at the times, but also arrogant to a certain degree. He was definitely took credit for creating some new history of mankind. That's how he wanted to be seen. Before he talked about himself, he sees himself as a this philosophical and took offense to this idea that he might just be a drug dealer. But he wasn't ashamed of the fact also that he was
was. At one point, he told me that he wouldn't sell the circles for less than millions of dollars. And he also told me that someday we would have to put him on the Forbes rich list of the world's well-paid people.
Can you imagine being one of the most famous and honest people in the world, just dying for that bit of recognition that you can't ask for anymore? That Forbes article is a recognition. You got it. But he's already run out of special.
I have to say, I did think he was overconfident from that moment. I asked him, do you worry that he doesn't have the great control and trace of influence can somehow crack the encryption that we're using? It was a very short answer. He seemed completely confident that he was invincible and an invisible character on the dark web.
They should just maintain the site to self-driving. It was quite we were all doing our thing, and then politics started getting brought in. It was no longer a marketplace for drugs like it was. Now it was the libertarian funds to freedom. The vendors like myself saw that, dude, you're fucking up our thing we got going on here. Just shut up and let us operate.
One day in January, Chris and I were on the phone because I was out of state in Kentucky. And he said that the mailman was delivering a package, but he was not in a normal mail truck. My first thoughts were, something's going on with Silver. Curtis opened the door, and by then the mail person was already gone. He grabbed the package, he brought it in, opened it, and a big plume of cocaine went into his face. And then the door rusted open. There was the DEA, Homeland Security, postal inspectors, and they told him if he did not cooperate with them, they would get him 40 years prison time. They wanted his usernames, his passwords, his access into Silver. That was their goal. They were after DVR. And also, it was revealed that $350,000 worth of bitcoins were stolen, and it was put in Curtis's account. That just made the feds come down harder on Curtis. They kept accusing him of stealing this money, and Curtis had no idea what they were talking about.
He didn't start out as some kind of Pablo Escobar. He tried to build something that would do away with the violence of the government and of the drug war.
I'm pretty sure he was he didn't really know how to control as much as was that big. Like, I'm surprised at the kind of power they have.
One of the agents, Carl Force, a DEA undercover agent, sat him down and told him that he had been undercover on Silk Road and that he was using the handle Nom. And he told them that he had got a message from DPR that night that stated that he wanted him tortured so they would get the money back. The agent told Curtis that in order to keep his cover, because DPR believed him to be a drug vendor and all around bad guy, he would have to tend to torture Curtis and make him very believable so DPR could think that he had done his job. They took him to a hotel in downtown Salt Lake City, and they walked him up to the room. They asked him to take off his jacket. They made him get down on his knees, and they filled up the bathtub full of water, pushed his head down in the water, and held it there for quite some time. Curtis was panicking. His arms were flailing. He was trying to get up. And they still held him down as they snapped pictures. And he said it felt like it went on forever. Like it was never going to stop.
Whatever else happens, eventually you'll be here. I think when it started, like, everybody voted for the whole thing was about this little monarchic internet.
What's the rest for?
At some point, also, he felt he was responsible for that he was protecting his people. Was building trustworthy violence to protect the community.
300,000. Mother lady in the street, better freak in the bed and say,
And he had a hand, and he said that the order had been switched from the portrait to the video. And I was so upset. So was confused. And tears were streaming down his face. He's like, what the hell are you doing now?
it's the West Side
The
gangster.
DE agent asked me to take some photographs of this since, and they were in Salt Lake that weekend. They only took torture photos. They didn't take any death photos. So they asked me to stage it as best as I could that person was dead. I took some Campbell's chicken and star soup and had Curtis kind of chew it and smear it all over his face. And had some kind of dribbling down and on his shirt. So it looked like he had problem. And I just had him laid very still, so it looked like he was dead. It seemed really crazy that I just went to do this. I'm shocked. So I'm a professional doing this. Taking these pictures was basically like, yeah, it was. It really was. If I didn't do a good enough job, then the gig goes up. They would come out.
This whole group not only consumes entrepreneurs, it consumes all
Most bad guys make a mistake, and the FBI is usually there when they make a mistake. He decided to just throw anything and everything at the Silver server. The goal was to try to poke the server to see, get information that should be good. All the while using a very simple tool, network packet sniffer, which basically captures the communication between the outer computer and the FBI and the computer that it ultimately communicates with. Eventually, we saw an IP address that we stood up. Copied that IP address, throws it in a clean browser, probably not really a traditional browser, and then hit enter. We did that. The Silk Road login page popped up. This was a huge moment for the investigation. It just proved that we found the true IP address and the location of the Silk Road server, located in Iceland.
Bing opens up, sure enough, it's the server. It has the famous camel imagery. So
When we were reviewing the server, we learned that behind the scenes, when DPR would log into the Silk Road server as an administrator, he wouldn't use his name, DPR. He came up with another name. He came up with a name, Frosty. One of the things we were able to identify was a last known login from
IP address is all back, it comes back to the actual internet cafe in San Francisco.
So after continuing investigating, ultimately, I learned more about the technical terms about some of the programming that would go into running the site. As I learned these technical terms, I would continue to look through new searches and see something come up. So one of the terms was TRILLIONAIRE, which was some programming language. So when I put that in his name, I got a response back about a post on the website, 10 cues about programming. So when you click the link, it took me to another site, Stack Overflow. The question on Stack Overflow was under this other avatar called Frosty. A lot of people were looking into something. So there was an idea that it should be big to get all interested parties to see if we could get all on the same page. You know, people having a case is like people and their babies. Everyone thinks their baby's beautiful, but there are some other babies out there. I had obtained a copy of the server. It was just sitting on his computer. I believe it was an app, and it was this big screen. On the board, they had these big diagrams with a picture of Robert from the movie, and that's all these arrows. But I tried not to look at it because I'm there just to serve.
Gary Alford, the IRS agent, he came in and he was, it's a new agent, and new agent work wanted to move things along.
While I was there, I heard in the background some San Francisco managers. So I went just, hey, what have you got? Guy I'm looking at, he lives in San Francisco. And he was really, I was like, yeah. I can't speak for them, but it did seem like, I had dropped a big key to the case. Someone specific. So I immediately get on the phone and tell the prosecutor. I talk real fast, I'm excited. I'm so excited, I slow down. He says, well, what's the address of this individual who's over? He runs it, and I keep looking at you, I found there was some deep dark activity. He sees that they're around the corner from each other. So then he says, we have to have a conference call between you and I just like,
At the time, I was in Chicago, and that's where I called in to the conference call. All it really was is that they had targeted in San Francisco. He saw that we had San Francisco blocking. I thought at the time that it was too easy. That the guy he is using his name, the email account, and he had videos of himself on YouTube and distributing stuff to the public.
in his summary, the prosecutor forgot to mention Frost. So then, when he finished, I said, well, there's one other link found that was over and was linked to this avatar Frost. Immediately, the FBI agents started coming in, like, what was that? What is this Frost? What is this significance of Frost? So I explained to him, this is the avatar. I thought it was kind of strange to ask those questions. And he says, he's actually asking us. So, DPR, that is the name of the user that operates the site. Frost.
It started becoming apparent that this was like a very, very target.
I actually felt more pressure than I had felt before. We still got all the information to get an arrest warrant from Mr. Albright.
Ross responded to a Craigslist ad that we had posted online, renting out the room directly above 9/11 house. Ross lived a really simple life, very modest life. He did buy some furniture from a garage sale down the street. I never got the sense that Ross was really well off. He was kind of doing whatever he was on his computer just to pay rent and buy. Ross said he worked on websites. And at one point I remember he said he worked in trading currency as well. And I remember asking, I was like, oh, like Bitcoin kind of jokingly, because it was something I had read about that I thought was this like far-fetched idea. And, kind of was just like, oh, there's a little bit of that. I'm so stupid. Everyone knows I'm working on the Bitcoin exchange. It felt wrong to lie to the so I tried to tell the truth without revealing the bad part.
So I started messaging Ross, how have you been, what have you been up to, and then he started telling me how he was in San Francisco, and how San Francisco was super beautiful, but it was kind of cold right then. So I just booked a trip and flew out to come see him. Honestly, I knew he was working on something and that was it. And I don't think it was really working out that well. So he was just living, within his means, which was in that 3-bedroom house. I wouldn't go into it with that intention, but I definitely hope that Ross and I will get back together. He was always the one that got away, kind of thing.
Pretty sure it was like expectations. September 30th, 2013 is when I took my flight in San Francisco. At the time, I was monitoring Rabbi Roberts 24/7 with my camera. It was important to me to become relevant, and what I did is I sat down with Scout for the next 3 or 4 days and really debriefed that person and everything. There was different lingo that I didn't get accustomed to. Every single way they wrote things to what they were thinking. We didn't know the full history of that account. Even when I left, I had another agent monitor the account while I was in there. I was really still trying to take in the thought that potentially on the cusp of arresting this person that we've been pursuing for so long.
To get a spot where we can grab him, machine open without trying to force our way in.
It was critical for us to get Mr. Open on the laptop for a couple of reasons. Number one, what better evidence to show that he took his type away after Roberts at the time of arrest. Secondly, it could be valuable information on the laptop that he's aware of encryption, so he may do something to the laptop to encrypt it, to put it in a state that we can't get access to the information. He did a 3 flat, and he was up on the top of it, and we have to get through a very large steel door and try to get to him before we would do anything to his laptop.
So our plan was to take the chance of having Ross leave his residence, open his laptop, log in, actually grab him in the middle of either chatting with Jared or being on the site.
Surveillance still had him at his home. And so we waited in one of the neighborhoods really close by. I had put in my request to travel out to do the interview because I knew the most about Mr. Open, but I couldn't get the approval to fly out in time for the request. It was affecting investigations, probably in almost every state and globally, and it always coming down to his identification that I had made with Mr. Open. Was there a doubt? Yes, there's no certainty in his job. All too often in investigations, it's about 20 hours of pure boredom followed by 5 minutes of sheer terror.
Jared's a young agent. At this point, he was tense. You could tell he was tense at the time.
Later on the day, he signed off from being online, and I took that opportunity to go order a coffee.
That's when the call comes in from the SOT that Austin's leaving his apartment, and he's got his laptop there.
I was thinking at the time, I think it's coffee probably out of time, and I'm never leaving. And like, because you have to do what you can do to approach an opposition, and I'm like, they want that coffee too. I exited the cafe, I saw one of the FBI specialist names from New York County Security sitting on a bench across the street. And so I went over there and I joined him, and I put my computer up. I looked over to my right, and there I saw Albert standing on the street corner about 40 feet away from me.
This was the man that was running this global drug empire. He looked like a San Francisco techie kid that you'd expect to have a startup company in San Fran, get ready to launch his site.
Light turns green, and he crosses the street. Runs the bumper.
It was a Tuesday afternoon. It was after 3 o'clock. Glen Park is a small branch of the San Francisco Public Library system. Tends to be that not much happens there. The library has Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi is thought to be best in the corner where the young man was sitting, the science fiction section.
At that time, the FBI agent came and met me back on the bench with counsel union, trying to get the rest of the agents that were on site at the time into we waited, and after a few minutes, ROTHSCHILD did come online in the staff chat, and I immediately sent him a message.
Jared and I are sitting on the bench across the street from the library, waiting for DPR to log in and start chatting. Ask me a question.
I asked him to do me a favor and to get all of these messages that I had retrieved. And what they would do is they would require him to log into the marketplace. He ends up telling me I'm paying which post. And once he did that, that let me know that he was on that page I asked him to go to. And that's the time that I get the FBI agent the arrest.
I'm already on my way across the street into the library, and I guess that's when case agents start their communications on this about to go. It's hard to describe it. The adrenaline is flowing. It's good energy, basically. We got to this little huddle in the little library. I'm sure it looked odd to some people, but it was very quick. That's when we came up with this plan for diversion. Two agents come right behind. Ross is sitting, if I was Ross, sitting right behind me. And they start yelling. They start getting into a fight, a verbal fight. Ross turns around, look, what's going on? During that time, that's when the third agent grabs the laptop from him. That's when I come out of my positioning and grab the laptop from the third agent.
This was so unusual for someone to be arrested in the Glen Park Library that I actually did run back and text my son on my phone saying, just to let you know, a bunch of FBI agents just came in and busted a guy and took him out in handcuffs. Because he always thinks my job is so boring. The most disturbing thing to me about it was that my son knew exactly what Silk Road was. But I don't like it.
So we really describe everything. Everything is on the machine. It's all laid out. It's organized. It's unbelievable. It's a smoking gun.
A secret website that pledges to a massive black market drug ring is offline. The alleged goes by the name of pirate robbers. I got email. Now, so since I felt a sense of satisfaction.
He was supposed to fly down and come see me, and we were going to get back together, and he was probably going to move in with me, and then he got arrested. 2 days before he was supposed to fly in and come see me, I had my friend call me and say, "Oh my God, did you hear?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "Google Ross's name right now."
After having, had enough time to digest it, it's like, well, can I see Ross being involved in something, online? Yes. Can I see Ross being involved in something to do with Bitcoin? Yes. Can I see Ross being involved in something to do with drugs? Yes. But the idea that the alleged owner and operator of the Silk Road, this mastermind character, was Ross, beyond.
Perhaps the most intriguing charge against the 29-year-old is that he was engaged in a murder-for-hire conspiracy, trying to enlist the help of one of the site's users to execute another.
People all talk about taking violence off the streets, but then hearing about attempting work for hire, it just cut against everything that you were saying on the side.
Ross was very nonviolent. He didn't believe in force, so a lot of the stuff in the media about how he tried to kill someone through the hitman and all this stuff is just not Ross.
The idea that he would ever have made the leap from the best way to implement my vision of a more market-based and less compulsion and violence-oriented society, is to have people murdered, is
to me, it wasn't surprising because this is the drug business. He also goes on the drug business. Eventually, you do illegal things, and even if you have good intentions, you're around a bunch of criminals. The creator of a hugely successful and potentially dangerous tech startup learned just moments ago that he will spend the rest of his life in prison.
So it's life in prison. That's what a judge handed down to Ross Ulbricht, the founder of the online black market site known as Silk Road.
Prior to the sentencing, Ross Ulbricht addressed the courtroom, and he said that if he is ever to see the light of day, he's now a completely changed man, and he will live in full accordance with the law.
The judge came out and said, no, this was, you wanted this to be your legacy. Right? She said, we want this to be your legacy, we want it to be your legacy, and that was it. The result of the Silk Road has been that dozens of dark drug markets have taken its place, some of which are doing far more business, far more revenue, far more narcotics than Silk Road ever did in sales. And many of them lack the ideals that the Silk Road did have. The dark web has only gotten darker.
The biggest struggle for me is kind of reconciling the two two people celebrated Pirate Roberts and ROTHSCHILD. But I think the internet kind of enables people to act in a way they might not normally, just because there's a very big disconnect between what you do online and what you do in your physical life.
Right? Yeah,
I want to have substantial positive impact on future humanity.
You think you're gonna live for it?
I think it's possible.
This is lettuces and string and muffle. What?
50 years ago, psychedelic street drug with a dangerous reputation under the microscope.
What?
50 years ago, psychedelics like LSD were considered cutting-edge science. But this powerful drug escaped the lab and became a street drug with a dangerous reputation, inspiring perceived moments of genius.
I took a trip through architectural history.
Descents into madness. Now, science is taking a fresh look at LSD, including the first experiments on humans in 30 years. To separate the myth from the molecule, Explorer puts LSD under the microscope. These treats are going into a care package unlike any most people have ever received.
I have a friend that really enjoys types of gummy candies. I try to send them something fun based on their personal interests.
This woman is a drug dealer. They'll call her Alice. She's dosing these candies with LSD.
I love psychedelics. I love connecting with people with psychedelics.
A cap full of this batch, odorless and colorless, contains enough doses for 200 customers.
LSD is one of those things you just want everyone eating.
2 drops is all it takes. For the price of a movie ticket, one of these treats can take you on a 12-hour psychedelic trip. Dosed, counted, and wrapped, her psychedelic sweets are ready for delivery.
If what I'm providing them is really good, something they're getting excited about, makes me really excited and happy.
This psychedelic drug known since the 1960s as acid dots, L, Zen, tabs, purple haze, white lightning, and electric Kool-Aid isn't just for hippies anymore.
Hello? What's up?
According to a U.S. study, its most likely users are educated white males, ages 18 to 22.
You guys?
23 million people in the United States have taken it, and more than 600,000 will try LSD every year. But using and selling the drug is a felony. If Alice is caught, she could be fined $2 million and sentenced up to 40 years in prison. Why are so many people willing to break the law for this illicit drug?
Within 20 to 30 minutes, you begin to feel energy flowing through your skin.
You begin to smell the music, ecstasy, fun, laughter, deeper vision, passion, the collapse of time and space. You can see much more connectedness between everything.
What looks like a duality, which is the rug versus the wall, is really a continuum of rug wall. And rug wall ceiling people, rug wall ceiling people through music.
The flash, that experience of the other, of the divine.
It's opening your eyes onto a vast horizon which you had no idea ever even existed.
I think LSD would have to be considered to be one of the most powerful substances in the world.
LSD's physical effects are minimal. Dilated pupils, a rise in body temperature, heart rate, and blood pressure. But its effect on the mind is another story. A trip could take the user to heaven or to hell. Those who take LSD are putting themselves at the mercy of illegal labs and chemists. But some are willing to take that risk, including committing a felony for what they claim is the drug's therapeutic potential. This therapist, deep in the woods of California, is doing just that. He's asked us to hide his identity to protect him from prosecution.
I'm not selling anything, I'm not dealing anything. All I'm doing is give people a dose of the medicine so they can do their own experimentation. That's basically the first content.
His patient today is a 58-year-old woman we'll call Denise. She's at the peak of a $300 psychedelic therapy session. 40 minutes ago, she ingested a large dose of very pure and very unique LSD. Denise hopes this psychedelic session will help her overcome obstacles in her relationships and creativity.
I know that I'm a very creative and artistic person, and I just can't quite do it. And I think it has to do with events that have happened to me in the past, damage that I've taken on.
It makes you visible. Feelings that you haven't felt before are felt. Memories that you had no idea were there suddenly come back. The whole universe is inside of you.
Like a microscope, psychedelics seem to amplify the unconscious mind, revealing the unseen.
I feel that I have been to the outer reaches of the death experience. It's filled with beauty, filled with wonders, small wonders.
Since its beginning, scientists have been searching for a way to harness this power.
Think of the things that change a person's life. You fall in love. You get married. You have kids. A parent or sibling dies. You get a divorce. You take LSD. And for some people, they never see the world again exactly the same way. Why can a molecule do that?
Dr. David Nichols, professor of pharmacology at Purdue University, is one of a select number of scientists in the world with permission to experiment with lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD. He also has a license to make it.
Well, I think we make the world's purest LSD.
That's the big dog.
Since the Controlled Substance Act of 1970, these ingredients are restricted or illegal. But Nichols and his team have the Drug Enforcement Agency's approval to make about 1,000 doses per year.
The LSD comes off as a fluorescent band via to this plate. We collect it in tubes, then concentrate it down, crystallize it so we can get very pure material that way.
This pure LSD has helped Nichols study the effects of its molecular structure in the brain.
We think that it activates a type of brain receptor that's known as a serotonin 2A receptor. That receptor is actually located on cells in the cortex and is involved in the computations that helps to visualize and interpret the reality around us.
Serotonin is a neurotransmitter responsible for relaying signals between brain and nerve cells. Perception, emotion, appetite, and sleep are all affected by its fluctuations. LSD's chemical structure is similar to serotonin and fits almost like a key into the serotonin receptors, stimulating their activity subtly or profoundly. Serotonin may play a role in the extreme pain that this man is experiencing. LSD may play a role in relieving it. His name is Chuck, and he's suffering from a cluster headache.
Pain is described like having a ice pick go through your eye, jabbing into your head somewhere. And people will bang their heads against the wall, against oxygen tanks, against the floor, pulling their hair out to distract themselves from the pain of this headache.
Scientists don't fully understand what causes cluster headaches, but believe abnormalities in blood vessels, nerves, and brain chemicals play a part. There is no cure, and few treatments that provide relief. Oxygen may shorten the attack by constricting blood vessels, but it's taking 2.5 canisters for this one to subside.
It can ruin your life, it can destroy your work. Myself and virtually every other sufferer wants to be left alone.
But some sufferers have found illicit relief in psychedelic drugs like LSD and psilocybin, the psychoactive component in magic mushrooms. A survey by Harvard Medical School psychiatrist John Halpern reported that for 53 sufferers, psychedelics prevented or stopped cluster headaches more reliably than prescription drugs. But they're illegal. And for Chuck, that makes them off limits.
I made a promise to my 2 girls that I would never take an illegal drug. I don't make promises lightly. And that's a commitment that I made to them.
Halpern and his colleagues at Hanover Medical School in Germany launched a trial treating 6 cluster headache sufferers with a non-psychedelic form of LSD called bromo.
is not hallucinogenic. This bromo side atom is so big that it doesn't sit in the receptor in the brain that would trigger the normal intoxication.
The drug was administered to each patient 3 times over a 15-day period. For 5 of the 6 patients, the headaches were gone, with no psychedelic effects. Martin Cruz is one of the lucky patients.
Since this treatment, I have no pain. I can work, I can do sports.
All the patients, they told me that the quality of the life had changed totally. They could not believe that the headache had stopped.
At the moment, no further studies have been funded to administer LSD, psilocybin, or even non-hallucinogenic bromo to any other patients. For now, sufferers like Chuck will have to rely on their oxygen tanks.
It's a long road because we're not going to get federal support for researching the therapeutic use of a drug that's labeled just a drug of abuse that harms. At least not yet. With good data, that will change.
When we can remove the hallucinogenic properties of it, we might be able to get it legalized for prescription use. And if we can get rid of these things, that would be such a lifesaver. It's not a cure. We realize it's not a cure. It's a band-aid, but it's a big band-aid.
Exactly how the LSD molecule works to relieve cluster pain is a mystery for scientists. Even LSD's creator was perplexed by its overall effects when he stumbled upon them by accident. 1938, chemist Albert Hofmann, working for the Swiss pharmaceutical company Sandoz Laboratories, seeks a respiratory stimulant. He turns to a molecule known to constrict blood vessels, ergot, a fungus that grows on wild grass. Then he synthesizes an ergot derivative called lysergic acid with diethylamide. While experimenting with the compound 5 years later, a tiny speck drops onto his skin and enters his bloodstream. Within 40 minutes, he feels its effects. Intrigued, he takes a larger dose. On his bike ride home, Hoffman experiences the world's first LSD trip.
He knew immediately that this was big. It had a profoundly powerful effect on his consciousness, on his mental activity, on his feelings, his thoughts, his perceptions, his awareness.
This drug is potent. 25 micrograms, less than the weight of 2 salt grains, can be enough to feel the effects. 1 ounce of LSD is enough to dose 300,000 people. At the same time, on the other side of the world, scientists were exploring the physics of the atom. Could Hoffman's molecule have the same explosive power, but within the brain?
This is a pivotal event because back in the 1940s, people were not thinking about the brain and behavior as a neurochemical, biochemical system.
Sandoz Laboratories felt LSD had potential. Within months, these ampules with the trade name Delicit were arriving at the doorsteps of scientists and psychiatrists around the world, free of charge. By 1965, more than 2,000 LSD articles were published in medical journals, and 40,000 patients given Delicit. Its effects were tested on everything from alcoholism to autism. Even the CIA and the military got in on the action, dosing their own operatives to see if LSD could be used as the ultimate covert weapon. Mind control.
Drug was administered in a drink of water.
These dosed British soldiers were anything but controllable.
1 hour and 10 minutes after taking the drug, with one man climbing a tree to feed the birds, TRUMAN gave up.
Its effects, however, were undeniable, and the psychiatric community began using a new word, meaning mind manifesting. Psychedelic. In Menlo Park, California, another group of scientists set out to see what else LSD could do. It was just one of many legal human experiments around the country. James Fadiman was a Stanford graduate student at the time.
I'm James Fadiman. One of the questions was, could psychedelics be used for non-mystical problem solving, for scientific, hard-nosed, data-rich stuff? And the answer that we had at the time was nobody had any idea. So we took senior scientists and said to them, we will give you a psychedelic session, and the price of admission is a problem that you have been working on for at least 3 months and are frustrated about, and it matters to you not.
Their problems ranged from abstract scientific equations to practical architecture and furniture designs.
We gave them a psychedelic, we gave them some hours to just relax and be with themselves. And then we got them up and said, it's time to work on the problems, and they dove in.
I took the trip through architectural history and visited and saw various cities and places.
Each subject claimed that with focus and guidance, LSD allowed them to approach their problem with a fresh perspective, or instilled them with the freedom to explore ideas more openly. The result?
Patents issued, products built, theories extended and improved, papers published, and more importantly, for many weeks thereafter, according to the scientists, their overall level of creativity was up.
All is love, sweet and tender, unblinded by the social innovation.
Word got out about the power of LSD and its psychedelic cousins, psilocybin and mescal. The time was ripe for exploration. Children raised in the staid 1950s were rejecting the status quo. Protests over the Vietnam War and the fight for civil rights fueled a re-examination of government and social mores. Led by charismatic leaders like Ken Kesey, poet Allen Ginsberg,
It does mean some LSD there as a useful social catalyst.
and Harvard psychologist Timothy Leary. Hundreds of thousands turned on around the world. But then things started going wrong.
Everybody, LSD.
Bad trips and a chance of chromosome damage. 4 little Indians on LSD. One freaked out. Then there was
Claims surfaced that LSD caused madness, birth defects, and suicide, and could even drive people to commit murder. In 1965, the U.S. government began shutting down scientific studies across the country. Fadiman's was one of them.
In the middle of our 7th session, around literally noon, a certified letter arrived from the federal government. We opened it, and it said, as of the moment of reading this letter, your research is terminated. The research is over. I held this letter, and I looked around the room, knowing that in the other room we had 4 scientists in the midst of a psychedelic session with major problems on their minds. And I said to the group, I think we got this letter tomorrow.
Within 5 years, the U.S. government classified it as a Schedule 1 drug, declaring it had no medical value.
Research hit a brick wall and stopped. And so that was the last research for about 4 years.
By the late 1960s, LSD shed its lab coat and moved onto the street, where it's never left. Today, researchers are back in the lab with psychedelics and human subjects. At the University Hospital of Psychiatry in Zurich, Franz Vollenweider and his team are mapping brain activity during altered states. 64 electrodes attached to this subject's scalp will record 1,000 images of brain activity per second.
We can make brain maps. It's like road maps. We can show the brain processes in terms of chemistry, in terms of functions, in terms of a network, how brain areas interact together, how they are connected.
These images, combined with PET scans, allow the team to create 3-dimensional pictures of a brain on drugs. In the hallucinating mind, psychedelics overstimulate serotonin receptors in the cortex and deep brain structures. Users see images that don't really exist, blurring the line between perception and imagination.
His brain is producing that inner experienced image of the world. It can be a little story, a little film, a little, you can see persons or objects.
Vollenweider's team has discovered that the brain map of a hallucinating mind will always look the same. But for the user, that little film inside the tripper's head can take many shapes and forms, from the sublime to the horrifying. Even an experienced tripper like the dealer Alice can have a bad trip.
I was at a psychedelic party, and there was a couple hundred people there. I ingested way too much LSD. I feel like I was eating it, and then some of my girlfriends were putting it in our drinks. I felt my body dying and myself dying.
To find that you don't feel attached to your body, you find frightening. That you have lost track of time, you find frightening.
I'm so high on LSD, and I have no idea where I am.
Most horrible nightmare occurring while you're awake.
Everything is kaleidoscoping upon itself, and I start walking into communities where are probably not safe communities for me to be alone.
As the fear accumulates, it becomes terrifying.
Tears are pouring down my face.
It becomes nightmarish.
And I think everyone is out to get me. Everyone is watching me, and I'm losing it.
If you are not with people you trust, and you look at them and they look at you and they seem to be dangerous and truly ignorant, you then can become paranoid, which raises the fear level and which makes you terrified and hoping that it will be over, and then it isn't over.
It was a terrible experience. I wish that upon no one. It was horrible.
What does a trip to hell look like inside the mind? Vollenweider's lab has mapped it, and it looks like this. The thalamus and frontal limbic structures are working on overdrive. Anxiety is triggered, and your sense of self dissolves. Cases of psychotic breakdowns, flashbacks, and severe disorientation have been documented after short-term or even one-time LSD use. And since recreational users have no control over the dosage or purity of black market acid, taking it is playing chemical Russian roulette.
When these compounds are used by the wrong individual in unsafe conditions, they have the potential to cause harm. A small minority undergoing a bad trip may not come back. They may not return. They may be launched into a psychotic state. The subjects are aware of all pain.
Scientists have witnessed these effects from the earliest studies before LSD became illegal. In the 1950s, they realized that LSD, especially given to human subjects in sterile clinical settings, could result in paranoia and delusions. These distortions of reality look similar to those of patients suffering from psychosis.
The medical profession would give LSD in some very rigid, very medical, very frightening mechanical settings, and people would have what were called psychotic-like episodes.
For decades, scientists used these psychosis-mimicking drugs to temporarily trigger these effects and peer inside the mentally ill. Today, David Nichols is using rats to do just that. They're given 160 micrograms of the purest LSD, not just once, but every other day for months. Their behavior is closely watched and documented. After chronic dosing, the rats begin to avoid social contact and reject their sugar water, suggesting they no longer seek pleasure. They move fast and startle easily.
Schizophrenics withdrawal from society and the social withdrawal. We saw the same thing in the rats. They became much more active, they became much more aggressive, and that's another symptom that occurs in schizophrenics.
Does this mean that LSD can cause schizophrenia, or does it just mimic some of its effects?
There are cases of people who've taken LSD or other psychedelics and it's precipitated a long-lasting psychiatric disorder, schizophrenia. The consensus in the literature seems to be that that doesn't happen in people who are not predisposed to the illness. That is, someone who would have developed schizophrenia or the illness in any case.
The behavior of Nichols' highly dosed rats mimics schizophrenia so well that it's helping his search for a cure. Geneticist Charles Nichols is David Nichols' son and collaborator. He's investigating changes within the genes underlying these behaviors.
By understanding how LSD produces its effect at the molecular and genetic level, we could potentially understand mechanisms underlying diseases like psychosis that have very similar overlapping behaviors.
If we go back to the earliest onset of schizophrenia and discover what causes it, then I think we could develop drugs that might address it.
Mental illness and psychedelic drug use both affect the way the world is perceived. A simple magician's trick shows us why. They call it the hollow mask study. It's all about the way our mind plays tricks on what the eyes see. Dr. Torsten Passy, professor of consciousness studies at the Hanover Medical School in Germany, oversees the test. He has 3 groups. One is schizophrenic, another on psychedelics, the third healthy and sober. He then asks the participants to look through a viewfinder at an image of a face mask. Then they view a second image which appears to be exactly the same. Can you tell the difference?
The pictures, which are looking like normal faces, but they are in fact not.
Like all hollow masks, one side is convex, facing towards you. The inside is concave, or hollow. No matter which side of the mask they see, the healthy and sober group sees it as facing towards them, because that's what their mind expects. However, those with mental illness or on psychedelics can differentiate between the two sides the majority of the time. Why? Scientists estimate that the brain receives 11 million bits of information per second, but the conscious mind can only process about 200 bits at a time. To handle that amount of input, the brain connects new information to preconceived concepts.
For example, if something is flying beside you at a very high speed, you may think that may be dangerous. But if you can identify with your concept this little tiny bit of perceptual info, into, oh, that was a bird. That is, there's no danger and you calm down again. It's no problem.
By temporarily suspending the brain's ability to connect data with these concepts, psychedelics may decondition the mind.
It's as if filters that we normally have in order to function are lowered so that literally more can be taken in, more sensory impression, more emotional impression, more visual impression, and more access to parts of the mind.
For some, this might be overwhelming or frightening. But for others, it's the way of life.
Psychedelics have made me a better person without any doubt. It's made me calmer, made me more patient, made me more imaginative. Psychedelics are probably the best thing that's ever happened to me.
My hands are moving in perfect unison.
Tea Fairy and Burning Dan practice a hybrid of dance, juggling, and meditation called flow. Today, each of them has put several drops of LSD on their tongues. It'll take about 40 minutes to kick in.
Feels so like Matrix, Ninja, Jedi, Kung Fu, like, I'd say we've probably chipped together actually 30 times. Yeah. I personally have taken psychedelics, if you count all psychedelics, a couple hundred times.
They credit psychedelics with improving their flow skills.
One thing about psychedelics is that they slow time down. Or maybe it's just that it speeds your brain up. But you have this experience that's like, kind of like the bullet time experience, where it seems like you have all the time in the world to just reach out and like, got it.
I use LSD as a tool. It allows me to do things that I couldn't normally do. I can feel patterns. I can do tricks. Novel
concepts occur to me as obvious and easy. And they are obvious. All great ideas are obvious. Not all obvious ideas are great.
T-Fairy and Burning Dan, along with thousands of others, put these tools to use at an event in the desert called Burning Dan.
If you want to see where psychedelics are being used, the most visible place is Burning Man, where 50,000 people get together. And there's an enormous amount of cheerful, open drug taking.
So much of Burning Man is about creativity. It's about thinking outside the box. It is about coming up with novel approaches, beginner's mind. And I find that psychedelics helps me with exactly that.
There may be another reason why users like T-Fairy and Burning Dan feel that they're seeing the world for the first time. It stems from a group of cells in the brain called the locus ceruleus. Nichols calls it the novelty detector.
Normally, what happens is if we see something in the environment that's novel, it starts burst firing very quickly. The cells fire very quickly. So if we're sitting in a quiet room like this and someone drops a glass bottle across the room, we all immediately hear it because the locus ceruleus start firing and draw attention to it. Well, psychedelics amplify the burst firing novelty.
Can this novelty effect of psychedelics be used to help those in desperate situations clean the slate and see life anew? Annie Levy knows she's going to die in less than a year. She has stage 4 ovarian cancer.
All I could think of was, I'm going to die really soon and it's going to be horrible, excruciating death. I'm going to be in horrible pain. I just had these thoughts going over and over again and they wouldn't stop.
Annie is scared about dying. She also worries about those she loves.
Well, I have a granddaughter whose name is Oleana. We call her Olie. I feel like I'm an important part of her life. She's certainly an important part of my life, and I really feel badly about dying on her. That's a hard thing. It broke my heart to think of how it was going to break hers.
Annie is one of 12 patients with advanced cancer enrolled in this end-of-life study at Harvard-UCLA Medical Center. Using a moderate dose of psilocybin, psychiatrist Charles Grove and his colleague Alicia Danforth shepherd each patient through a psychedelic experience they hope will calm their fear and anxiety.
When individuals develop a terminal illness, they're often overwhelmed with anxiety. They often have to take large quantities of pain-suppressing medication. It constricts their capacity to appreciate life, and it constricts their sense of who they are, their sense of who they always thought they were, and their sense of purpose, their sense of meaning.
This is not about taking psilocybin or other compounds multiple times. It's about orchestrating, if you can, a single, profound, transformative experience that then results in an unfolding of behavioral change over time.
It takes less than an hour for the world to begin to look different to Annie.
The drug started to work. It felt like the bed wasn't a bed anymore. It was a circle of hands, and they were all holding me up and supporting me. And I felt like I had always been supported that way, and I always would be supported that way. It was my faith coming back to me. The faith that there's something out there.
Franz Vollenweider's lab in Zurich is investigating this spiritual reaction that is so common with psychedelic use. These drugs activate the frontal area of the brain responsible for sense of self, while the amygdala, critical in the processing of fear and anxiety,
should also experience mostly heightened feelings. There's no thinking about the process, there's no observing, just are.
It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person. It changes the way you think.
Of the 12 participants in this psilocybin study, only 2 survive. Annie passed away during the meeting.
They'd said what they needed to say. They'd forgiven people. They'd mended relationships.
They can experience a sense of close proximity to God, to the divine, and they report that they are infused with life.
The man who created this molecule, Albert Hofmann, warned, if used improperly, LSD could hurt you, disturb you, make you crazy. But Hofmann also said that LSD is a tool to turn us into what we're supposed to be.
There's this class of compounds, the psychedelics, that has remained untouched. We're pulling them out of the deep freeze. 30 years, 40 years, we have not looked at them clinically, and it's just incredibly exciting and compelling to do so.
We're on the threshold of learning so much more as well. These compounds are extraordinary probes, and if we are allowed to explore them under approved, safe conditions, I believe the potential is astounding.
The only difference between a drug and a poison is the dose. You can't tell me that of all the drugs out there, even heroin is used to treat pain in other countries. You can't tell me that psychedelics don't have a medical use. They do. We just have to discover it.
How psychedelics evolve from this point as agents of healing or misuse is yet to be seen.
Yeah. Where are you? Gate 3. Gate 3. And then you go to door 8. Okay. And then it starts at 7:30. Finishes at 10. Yeah, fantastic. It's our last week out of 10 weeks, so we're it's the end there. Done. Bristol, Sheffield. Come through that gate. Keep going on to the right until you get to entrance 8A.
So like you say, it's very good. That's not bad.
Screen's visible.
Yeah.
Is this legend back there? Slides.
It's no deeper than anywhere else. Yeah.
It's big, but some scale is it's just a bit bigger than the arenas. It's not ideal, it's just the way it stretches so far back. They're all flat. They don't sort of curl around like an old proper cinema arts theatre. So, just the closer the audience are to you, the better it goes. The further away from where they are, the more difficult it is for the laughter. It's weird. The laugh you get when the audience is just flat and away from the football field is the laugh goes away, so it travels a little bit away, and the joke, like the deliver, seems to travel at a certain speed through the audience, and then the laughter comes back and like a wave. The further way up, it's sort of a delay in the audience response. So the delay is actually slows you up. You can't go boom, 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 boom. You actually have to go gag and you hit and then you have to get to the next go. The O2, this is what it looks like. This is the scariest. Anyway, I know the show. There's only 5 minutes. So I'm enjoying it. I'm Newcastle. Therefore, that's possibly the best gig of the tour. Yeah, I'm not. And some heat.
Do you want like vitamins now or later?
Yeah, please. Yeah. And a Barocca. Which I'm supposed to sell a flat. But if I don't do it, then I'll lose my voice. So I do all this kind of deep breathing, diaphragm clapping, as we call it, drama school. That's something I learned 20 years ago. It's really, I was on tour 10 years ago, and I lost my voice after less than 2 weeks on tour. It was literally fair. I had to cancel 2 gigs in Bristol because my voice had gone. Literally, I couldn't speak. And they told me, the doctor, who said, you have to go home for a few days and literally don't speak to anyone. He said, write down notes, don't speak, because he had to rest your voice. So,
every single location we go to, we try and record a bit that Steve does in the wings all the time to the play, which is just a big cartridge and keep play past.
that's not the voice was supposed to be a technician on stage. Okay, right. So right.
Quiet on stage, please! Recording!
How do you think it's going?
Yeah, it's going good.
I think it's a fucking disaster.
Great.
Okay, Henry VIII, badly miscast. I should have got Christopher Biggins. Anyway, what's it? There's a bunch of Guardians on that page. How do you think it's going?
Yeah, it's going good.
Right, I think it's a fucking disaster.
Great.
Not me, Henry VIII. It's badly miscast. I should have got Christopher Biggins. See that bloke on the front row?
Quiet, please. We're recording. Quiet, please.
Friendly, not to say. Totally miscast. I should have got Christopher Biggins. See that bloke on the front row with the red ticket and the Guardian? They'll hate this. Should have done a play about suicide bombers. They love that. Fucking hate that newspaper. And I hate all Londoners. Fucking miserable twats.
And then you might stick on.
Oh, shit. Yep.
Yeah.
So he's just going to go for a run.
That's fine.
He's going to serve a lot of people. And his tempo is fine. So 2 hours and 20 minutes. Exciting stuff.
Catch up. Enjoying things like the water deodorant spray down or just play with things. And then I smash up that mirror, probably goes for about 10 minutes before I go on the car. It'll either be okay or mildly painful. I can't be disappointed with it. I'm exercising my lips and my mouth so I can enunciate clearly with no jokes.
That's a 15-minute call, please. Thanks.
Right, what's that? Nice. Just in case someone actually put lips on my dress, I want to some beige latex. Do you know what? I watched before. never seen that before.
5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for yeah, just to listen. Really. Okay. It's not saying it's not really. Up north, Paulie and Paul go down just as well down, and sometimes like better. Best towns play in Manchester, Newcastle, Sheffield. Basically, draw a big circle around Manchester, and that's what I'm doing as well. They'll just scrap it. Norwich too. Places got a strong sense of their own identity. Norwich is good because the parties like this. I know Norwich, so I did that and I get kind of a homecoming welcome. Manchester because I tennis now. Norwich because our party, it's like he's come home. I've got three good, three big lots of love. Yeah, let's do it. Water. Have a good one.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Yeah, cheers. Oh my god. It's too early, yeah. Stay close, remember, when there's two together. Stay closer. Oh, same as any show. Same. Oh, you're miles away up there, aren't you? It's so big in here. I saw Prince in it. He looked tiny. I was on the front row, but he looked tiny. Oh. Sure. Funny. I saw Prince in it. Miles away. I saw Prince in it. He looked tiny. I was on the front row. He looked tiny. I've had him. He showed me some purple rain. I think he'd been eating beetroot. Oh. Okay, here we go.
Okay, good to go. Hello, O2. Oh, the O2 are miles away up there. I saw Prince here. Yeah. He looked tiny. I was on the front row, but he looked tiny. He showed me some purple rain. I think he'd been eating beetroot.
Facts of love.
Strange noise. It's like the sea. It's like a monster. Yeah. It's like they're alive, you know they're there.
Next. Actually.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your question and answer immediately also backwards. Something again.
I'm going tonight now. It's not a normal nightclub. It's a special that night. Very dark. It's still nice. It's that bell.
Yeah, it's the bell. Exactly.
Sometimes I look really slow. You missed that. Get that. Singing, when singing something, no, that's our body's on the blast out. It makes all me fluid to get going. And the end of like, yeah, what I do is, I do, and I turn around, and the audience applauds it now. Look, so that's what I'm doing.
Please clap like bloody greetings for Alan Partridge.
Given the largely manual profession, to semi-secret best. So I'm looking forward to using my internet, clearly. Take that, scroll at my sensitive base, my privy. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's all things considered, it's doing very well. All things considered, actually, the sound, state goes, but crowds, there's always that. It's a little bit. But, yeah. It's good. The only good is,
Hello? Old actors home. Old actors home. Old actors home.
Old actors home.
Old actors home.
And this is my mate, Sydney.
Oh, Mr. Igers. Hi. It's always.
What's that, gangster?
Gangsta.
How much meth would you have to take to become that badly damaged by it?
Well, crystal meth, it has, it's basically poison, and it affected my nervous system.
You took so much meth it affected your nervous system?
Yeah, it affects your nervous system, and I have,
Your receptors are going
like
so
movements,
fast.
and I have, like, jaw movements that is acting up in my body. Crystal meth, what happens is, it turns into teeth, right?
Can you show us your teeth?
It rots up your teeth, and it actually just tears all up. Tears all up.
I was in Fresno, California, on the trail of the world's most abused hard drug.
I'm so high you're spitting like a kite, you're biting your...
This is the worst drink.
Is reality real? Or can we be living in a sophisticated simulation? Could the universe be more like a dream than we ever imagined?
You are the dream. You build this world.
How can science help us answer these questions? Welcome to the simulation hypothesis.
Have you ever had a dream that you were so sure was real? What if you were unable to wake from that dream? How would you know the difference between the dream and the real? What if you woke up one day and discovered that everything you've always taken for granted is not what it seems at all? What you thought was reality is actually a simulation, a very complex and sophisticated illusion that you live inside of. Even solid matter itself is no more real than, say, a rock that you would pick up in a dream. And not only are you living in a simulation, but it's being generated by a system that you can contact with your mind and actually change the simulation itself, in effect, hacking the universe. What would you do to change the world? Well, recent scientific discoveries are strongly suggesting that this is the case, that we live inside a simulation, and that we, as observers, have a demonstrable power over it. We are actually participating in the creation of the reality that we live in.
Wait, what? Are we really living in a simulation? Well, this is the conclusion that physicists and cosmologists have been coming to. And although this idea would have been ridiculed in the recent past, it is now being taken very seriously. Cutting-edge physics experiments have been producing some very strange results. Results that say our universe isn't an objective reality, but that it's actually emerging from something else, something non-physical and beyond our senses. In the digital age, science is beginning to see a correlation between our world and the world of a virtual reality.
The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room, you can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television.
Plato versus Democritus? What do these guys have to do with anything? I thought we were talking about science, not philosophy. Well, all scientific inquiries are based on one or more philosophical positions. So let's quickly go over some of the philosophical arguments that different scientific approaches are built upon. Ancient Greek philosophers already had the basic idea of the atom, and they used this idea to help them explain how reality worked. Out of all their various conversations, several very different views emerged. These views are best expressed in the works of Plato and Democritus. Democritus built his philosophy of materialism on the assumption that atoms are eternal, indestructible, and are the only things that really exist. All other things exist, said Democritus, only because they are composed of atoms. Following this logic leads you to believe that consciousness is a product of physical processes in the brain. This is the philosophical assumption that Isaac Newton, Charles Darwin, and most Western scientists until very recently built their work on. Plato built his philosophy of idealism on the assumption that the basic underlying structure of everything isn't the atom, but abstract mental forms that determine an object's properties. Plato believed that ideas are more fundamental than objects. For instance, a perfect or ideal sphere exists only as an abstract mental form or idea. Any sphere that we see in the world, like a basketball, is simply an approximation of the ideal sphere. By following this logic, you come to believe that consciousness is primary and gives rise to all physical matter and process. In other words, everything begins with consciousness, and there is a mind behind what we experience as physical matter. In much the same way that when you dream, your mind is creating a physical experience for you while you sleep. As you can see, these philosophies are mutually exclusive and are in fact opposites. Both cannot be true. Either mind gives rise to matter, or matter gives rise to mind. It's a very, very old debate, but science has finally harnessed enough power to settle it once and for all. The scientific hypothesis that our world is virtual or dreamlike has been explored in depth by many scientists, including Dr. Brian Whitworth. He took the two opposing views, one being materialism, that our universe is entirely physical, exists in and of itself, and needs nothing outside of it to explain it, and the other being the simulation hypothesis, that our universe exists as a virtual construct and depends on information processing happening outside of space-time. Dr. Whitworth looked at all the facts that have been gathered from experimental results and asked which view better fits these facts. After a thorough analysis, his conclusion was that the data much better fits the simulation hypothesis.
Right now, we're inside a computer program.
Scientifically, our universe simply makes more sense when viewed as a virtual construct emerging from consciousness rather than simply matter existing independently of the mind.
What is real? How do you define real?
The analysis starts at the beginning, with the Big Bang. This well-established cosmological model demonstrates that space-time was created by a single event billions of years ago, and expanded into what we see around us today. Nearly all scientists agree that our universe began to exist at one point in the distant past. From the materialist view that our universe is all there is, as an objective, independent reality, the fact that the Big Bang came from nothing is very hard to explain. How could everything come from nothing? But if you look at the universe as a virtual construct, the Big Bang model works perfectly. Virtual worlds always begin with an information influx from a zero state, since they need to initially boot up. Every time a computer game starts up, a Big Bang occurs from the perspective of the game. From inside the virtual world itself, the creation always comes from nothing, because before it boots up, there is no space or time as defined by the rules of that virtual world. Another thing to consider is quantum bits. The fact that light is quantized as photons, electricity as electrons, etc., better fits the hypothesis that we live in a virtual construct. Because in digital processing, all data must have a minimal quantity represented by bits or pixels, and our world displays the same property. Every computer-generated image breaks down into pixels when examined closely, and this is what science has found in nature. In the past century, physicists have discovered that matter really is quantized, composed of fundamental, indivisible particles billions of times smaller than an atom. And as science has discovered more and more about the way the universe behaves, it has become clear that nature is a matrix of computable bits. Space is quantized, time is quantized, energy is quantized. Everything is made of individual bits, which means the universe has a finite number of components, which means it has a finite number of states, which means it's computable. If the true nature of the universe is indeed digital, that we do in fact have quantum bits of space and time, and that there's nothing that you cannot compute, and at the moment there is no evidence against this, then it's entirely consistent with the simulation hypothesis. Well, how does living in a virtual reality benefit me? Do I get superpowers? Can reality be hacked? Can we reprogram nature and take control of our experience? Are we, in a sense, already doing this, but simply unaware of it? Okay, for the sake of argument, let's say the data does fit the simulation hypothesis better than it fits materialism. That's all well and good. But is there any solid evidence of computer programming in nature? It seems there is. Theoretical physicist James Gates has actually found computer code hidden deeply in the equations that describe supersymmetry.
So you're saying as you dig deeper, you find computer code rich in the fabric of the cosmos.
Into the equations that we want to use to describe the cosmos, yes.
Computer code.
Computer code, strings of bits of ones and zeros.
It's not just sort of resembles computer code. You're saying it is computer code.
It's not even just is computer code. It's a special kind of computer code that was invented by a scientist named Claude Shannon in the 1940s.
So are you saying we are all just, there's some entity that programmed the universe and we're just expressions of their code?
Consider the fact of a maximum speed in nature, the speed of light. In 2011, scientists reported neutrinos traveling faster than the speed of light. But those findings were retracted when it was discovered that equipment used in the experiment was faulty. Nothing has ever been seen to travel faster than the speed of light. Nature has a maximum speed, and events in a virtual world would also obey a maximum speed since they would be limited by a finite processor. There's also the curving of space by massive objects and time dilation at very high speeds. Both phenomena correlate to virtual processing and their effects. High matter concentrations in our universe may constitute a high processing demand. such that massive objects would slow down the information processing of space-time, similar to the way that high data demands in a computer will slow down the processing speed. Every digital symbol created by the same program is identical to every other in the same class. In computing terms, objects are simply instances of a general class. The fact that all quantum objects are identical in each class, photon, electron, etc., correlates to a digital equivalent, since in a virtual world, every digital object created by the same code is identical. While the objects we see in our world have individual properties, the quantum bits that they are built from are all pressed from identical molds. The simulation hypothesis suggests that this is the case because each bit is created by the same program. Taken together, all of this might constitute what the courts refer to as sufficient weight of evidence, favoring idealism in the simulation hypothesis over materialism. When coincidences continue to pile up and combine with explanatory power, it presents a very strong plausibility argument, or even a proof. But even more convincing evidence is provided by cases that the simulation hypothesis can easily explain, but which materialist models have tremendous difficulty with. One such case is non-locality.
Turtle? I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
For materialism to be true, and the world to exist independently of mind, the concept of locality is necessary. This means that for objects to interact, they must be in close proximity. This is what Albert Einstein believed for most of his life. And to understand quantum entanglement and non-locality, we should take a look at Einstein's life and his role in the development of quantum mechanics. In 1905, horses still mingled with cars in the street. Ty Cobb was a major league rookie, and Albert Einstein was a low-ranking clerk in the Swiss patent office. That year, in his spare time, he wrote 4 remarkable scientific papers. The first established the photon as the particle associated with light, overturning many years of understanding light as a purely wave-like phenomenon. He used this new description of light to explain the photoelectric effect. In another paper, he mathematically proved the existence of atoms, something that was still debated at the time, and he actually calculated their size. He introduced his special theory of relativity, which describes how motion can affect the passage of time. And then, with E equals mc squared, he established the fundamental relationship between matter and energy. This explains what makes the sun shine. He was so far ahead of his time that no one even recognized his accomplishment. That is until this man, Max Planck, the greatest theoretical physicist in Europe at the time, and the editor of the journal Annalen der Physik, read the paper Einstein had submitted describing light as consisting of photons. Planck sent an assistant to the patent office to fetch Einstein. This recognition helped get young Albert accepted into the University of Zurich. Max Planck made many important and lasting contributions to the field of physics, but perhaps his greatest discovery was Einstein. This bright young chap is Niels Bohr. He grew up in Copenhagen, Denmark, and received his PhD by age 26. Not too shabby. He studied Einstein's paper proving the existence of atoms, and in 1913 he introduced a conceptual model for the workings of the atom, and it's still the one taught today. A positively charged nucleus is orbited by negatively charged electrons, and these electron orbits have very specific energy levels that are quantized. Bohr's atomic model had enormous impact on atomic physics and chemistry, paving the way for the modern era. He was given a nice position at the University of Copenhagen as a physics professor. Meanwhile, Einstein had been made a member of the Prussian Academy of Sciences and a professor of physics at the University of Berlin. Oh, and he's published a few more papers. In one of them, he answers the age-old question, why is the sky blue? He solved the problem by examining the cumulative effects of light scattering by individual molecules in the atmosphere. Just another day at the office. Well, it's the 1920s and every young boy wants to be Charlie Chaplin. This one wanted to be a scientist. His name is Werner Heisenberg. You may be familiar with his famous uncertainty principle, which sets hard limits on empirical inquiry. In 1925, he introduced a concept known as matrix mechanics in an attempt to explain how energy is absorbed by atoms. He did this by describing atoms not as actual physical objects, but as mathematical matrices that evolve over time. Matrix mechanics was very radical stuff, and it didn't look like traditional physics at all. Niels Bohr accepted Heisenberg's ideas as valid, but most other physicists, including Einstein, thought of them as something of a fad that would fade away once a better theory was found. Heisenberg became a professor himself and started to spread his own ideas. This is Erwin Schrödinger. In 1926, he was teaching physics at the University of Zurich, where Einstein had gotten his PhD. He wrote a paper introducing wave mechanics as an alternative to Heisenberg's matrix mechanics. It was Schrödinger who first claimed that two particles could be entangled and that they would behave as one system, as one thing, mind you, even if they were separated in space. This meant that any interaction with, observation, or measurement of one of the entangled particles would cause an instantaneous effect in the other, even at great distances across space, up to and including infinite distance in space. This is what is known as non-locality. For the majority of physicists, who were, after all, completely invested in a materialist view of the universe, this was truly unacceptable, and simply could not be true, even if all the equations worked. They just needed to put their heads together and figure out what was really going on with this newfangled wave and matrix mechanics. Einstein took particular interest in this problem because it was he who had let the genie out of the bottle with his photon and the quantum theory of light. The 1927 Solvay conference was held to solve these new problems in defining the properties and behavior of photons and electrons. Talk about some heavy hitters. Of the 29 people pictured here, 17 won Nobel Prizes. Here is Madame Curie, next to her is Max Planck. Here is Einstein, who by this time had overturned Isaac Newton's theory of gravity with his own general theory of relativity, and he was by far the most famous scientist in the world. Here are the young upstarts, Erwin Schrödinger and Werner Heisenberg, the ones who started all this trouble. And here is Niels Bohr, caught in the middle between the youngsters and the older traditionalists led by Einstein. During the conference, Bohr and Einstein began a discussion about the true nature of reality that would become the greatest rivalry in modern science. Bohr's position was that the new quantum theories would prove to be true, that they were the path to the future. But Einstein insisted that this was impossible, that quantum theory simply could not be an accurate description of the universe. Following the conference, Einstein began work on what he called a unified field theory that would eliminate the need for quantum mechanics and fully explain all of the weird phenomena that were being observed and described by the equations of the new quantum theories. Through the 1930s, Einstein continued to reject quantum theory as an inferior model of the universe when compared to materialism. In 1935, he co-authored a paper with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen to show that quantum theory could not be accurate because of the prediction of instantaneous interaction between quantum bits separated by space. The Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paper was called "Can Quantum Mechanical Description of Physical Reality Be Considered Complete?" Einstein called the predicted non-local behavior of particles spooky action at a distance, to drive home the ridiculousness of such a prediction. The 1940s were a good time for Einstein. He continued to bask in his rock star celebrity, living in Princeton, New Jersey, teaching at the Institute for Advanced Studies, and collaborating on several important papers. But all the time, he was trying to win the argument with Niels Bohr, working away at his unified field theory to rescue the materialist universe from quantum non-locality. By 1955, Einstein was an elderly man. He had been working on his unified field theory for 28 years to no avail. This was the man who had written 4 groundbreaking scientific papers in a single year. He had explained why the sky is blue, what makes the sun shine, how acceleration through space can slow down time. He overturned Newton's theory of gravity and many, many more accomplishments. But now he had spent nearly 3 decades trying to salvage materialism and was unable to do so. Albert Einstein passed away on April 18, 1955. In 1962, Niels Bohr died. His conflict with Einstein is still unresolved. Then, in 1964, the Irish physicist John Bell proposed his famous theorem. It's a very clever mathematically based way of experimentally testing and proving one way or the other who is right. Doing the experiment would require some very special hardware. It took 18 years for this technology to become available, and in 1982 the physicist Alan Aspect put it all together and ran the experiment. The results confirmed that non-locality was actually real. What Schrödinger had called entanglement and was defended by Bohr but ridiculed by Einstein was a fundamental property of nature. Instant correspondence can be seen between 2 particles that are separated by unlimited distance in space, and this only makes sense if the world is a virtual construct. In a virtual world, distance doesn't limit correspondence, since all points in a simulation are equidistant with respect to the source of the simulation. For example, in a computer game, all points on the screen are at equal distance with respect to the processor, and the same effect can be seen in our world. If our universe is a simulation projected onto a 3-dimensional screen, then its processor would be equidistant to all points in the universe. Non-locality, one of the biggest problems in physics, is easily solved by the simulation hypothesis. Space seems to be an illusion created by the virtual construct. But even stranger than space being an illusion is what quantum physics tells us about matter itself.
If I were a character in a computer game that were so advanced that I were actually conscious and I started exploring my video game world, it would actually feel to me like it was made of real solid objects, made of physical stuff. Yet if I started studying, as the curious physicist that I am, the properties of this stuff, the equations by which things move and equations that give them stuff, its properties, I would discover eventually that all these properties were mathematical. The mathematical properties that the programmer had actually put into the software that described everything.
The server that's creating you is not in your reality frame. It's outside. If you're Sims, that computer is non-physical to you. What's physical to you is your Sims world.
Prior to observation, matter does not seem to exist. Matter seems to be the result of an interaction between consciousness and waves of potential. This has been demonstrated repeatedly in ever more precise versions of the double-slit experiment, from the 1920s right up through the present. To understand the double-slit experiment, we first need to know how particles behave. If we shoot small objects at a detector, we will see a clump pattern form where they went through the slit and impacted. If we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second clumping duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves go through the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the clump pattern. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. When the top of one wave meets the bottom of another, they interfere and cancel each other out. This results in an interference pattern on the back wall. Where the waves reinforce each other, they are at the highest intensity, the bright lines. And where they cancel each other out, there is nothing. So, when we fire objects through two slits, we get two clump patterns. But with waves, we get an interference pattern. An electron can be seen as a very small bit of matter. And when a stream of electrons is fired through one slit, they behave like small objects, forming a single clump pattern. So if we fire these bits of matter through two slits, we should get two clump patterns. But we don't. We get an interference pattern. We fired particles through, but we get a pattern like they're waves, not like little objects. How can pieces of matter create an interference pattern like waves? It doesn't make sense. At first, physicists thought that the electrons were bouncing off each other to create this interference pattern. So, in 1961, Klaus Johnson at the University of Tübingen in Germany modified the experiment to fire the electrons through one at a time. This way, there is no possibility of them bumping into and interfering with each other. But again, the interference pattern was seen. Physicists were perplexed by this.
It somehow seems to have been aware of there being two slits, not one, because it's given rise to this interference pattern. How does one atom do this? It splits apart. Like a cloud that goes through both.
The path taken by the photon is not an element of reality. We are not allowed to talk about the photon passing through this or this slit. Neither are we allowed to say that the photons pass through both slits. All this kind of language is not applicable.
So they further modified the experiment to get to the bottom of the mystery. They put a measuring device at one slit to see which one the particle actually went through. But when the electrons were being this closely observed, they went back to behaving like little objects and produced a clump pattern, not an interference pattern. Somehow, the act of observation meant that they only went through one slit, not both. The electrons seemed to decide how to behave as if they were aware of being watched. How could this possibly be the case? Could the presence of a conscious observer be influencing the experiment?
Consciousness is information. It's an information field. It's data.
In 1978, physicist John Wheeler proposed a new way of doing the double-slit experiment that might finally reveal what's really happening. He proposed what is called the delayed choice experiment, in which the decision of whether or not to observe the particles isn't made until after they've gone through the slits, but before they've impacted the detector. This animation is highly simplified, but you get the idea. Here comes the light. It travels through the double-slit barrier as waves. The waves are past the slits but haven't yet hit the detector. And here comes the scientist. His eyes are closed. He's delaying his choice to make this an observed experiment. And then... the results of the experiment didn't solve the mystery. Instead, it got even stranger. Because what was found was that at the moment of decision to observe, the waves became particles. And not only that, but they actually made a record of themselves as having traveled through the slits as particles. Yes, you heard me. Deciding to run the observed experiment causes the waves to become particles, and this causal force extends backwards in time.
Our choice of what experiment to do determines the prior state of the electron.
Running the experiment unobserved does not cause this effect. When John Wheeler first proposed adding the delayed choice protocol to the double slit experiment, he asked us to imagine a distant star that emits a photon billions of years ago and sends it towards the Earth. However, on the way, it must pass a dense galaxy. Gravitational lensing will make the light bend around the galaxy. Billions of years later, upon reaching the Earth, an astronomer chooses to use a binocular-type detector and focuses half of it on the left side of the galaxy and half of it on the right side. How the astronomer chooses to measure means the photon could only have taken one path and would display a clump pattern. So how we choose to observe in the present determines how the photon behaved billions of years ago. What John Wheeler had predicted was confirmed by the experiment. This doesn't make sense in a materialist worldview. It only makes sense if the universe is a simulation and all parts are equidistant in space-time with respect to the source of the simulation, like in a video game or a dream.
Force. The Force is what gives the Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us, penetrates us, and binds the galaxy together.
Max Planck famously said, "There is no matter as such. All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force. We must assume behind this force the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. This mind is the matrix of all matter." One of the hottest ideas in cosmology is known as the holographic principle. It's the idea that our three-dimensional universe is emerging from 2D information. That is, three-dimensional objects are composed of information spread out on a two-dimensional surface, in the same way that a hologram produces a three-dimensional image from two-dimensional information. The holographic principle tells us something very surprising. It says that our ideas of volume, and in a sense, the world, might be a kind of illusion.
First of all, I would say it should be clear that this whole holographic story is the most radical thing that has happened to our understanding of space, time, matter, since the invention of quantum mechanics and relativity.
Quantum theory in general, and the results of the experiments that have been run in this area, reinforce the holographic principle. Is there any test that we could do to scientifically prove that the universe is a virtual construct and not materialist in nature? Well, you may think that scientists would have run out of ways to do the double slit experiment, but you'd be wrong. The delayed choice quantum eraser experiment was first performed in 1999 by Marlene Scully, Yoon-Ho Kim, and collaborators. Dr. Kim was consulted to ensure the accuracy of this presentation. The experiment begins in the top left corner with a photon source behind the barrier with two slits. A crystal is placed in front of the barrier, which splits the photons into entangled pairs. This lens has the task of directing one of each pair, which have traveled through either slit, so that they will impact at detector 0. When a photon comes through the first slit and is split into an entangled pair, one of them flies through the lens and into detector 0. The second flies downward and is redirected by the prism into the green half-silvered mirror. Half-silvered means that they allow light to pass through 50% of the time. The other 50% are reflected. So, on average, half of the photons are reflected up and impact detector 4. The other half simply travel through, reflect off a full mirror, and reach another half mirror. They can either travel through it and hit detector 1, or be reflected into detector 2. Photons traveling through the second slit are also split up into pairs, with one traveling down and redirected by the prism. At the first half mirror, 50% are reflected and impact detector 3. The others travel straight through and are reflected into the second half mirror. 50% of these travel through and impact detector 2. The other 50% are reflected from detector 1. So, all the photons that came from the first slit on the red path can only impact detectors 1, 2, and 4. They can never reach detector 3. All photons coming from the second slit can only impact detectors 1, 2, and 3, but never detector 4. So any photons hitting detector 4 must have traveled through the first slit. Any photons hitting detector 3 must have traveled through the second slit. For photons that impact detectors 1 and 2, it is impossible to determine which slit they came from. These two detectors can be reached from either red or blue. Half of their actual origin has been erased by the experimental setup. So what is the function of detector 0? The results of the experiment are related to the time it takes the photons to travel through the apparatus. The shorter the path, the faster the photon reaches the detector. And the shortest path is always the detector 0. So when the photons are split up into pairs, one of them is always reported at detector 0 first. And then, with a delay, the partner photon gets one of the other detectors. The coincidence pattern records the results of all 5 sensors. It establishes a connection between the methods of detector 0 and the partner photons that reach detectors 1 through 4. This way, each single photon registered at detector 0 can be precisely assigned to a partner at the other detectors.
All the marbles, folks. They're playing for the entire universe. Uptown versus democracy. Idealism versus materialism. Winner takes all.
Now, this apparatus can get moving along at a pretty good clip. So they fire a whole slew of photons through here, let the experiment run, gather plenty of data, and then run the analysis. And what are the results? Detectors 1 and 2 always show interference patterns because it's impossible to determine which of the two slits the photons came from. But detectors 3 and 4 always show clump patterns because we can know which slit these photons came from. That is the only difference. How the light chooses to display itself as particles or waves is dependent on how much we know about it. If it had to come from just one slit, clump pattern. If it might have come from either slit, interference pattern. There is no materialist explanation for this. But even more mind-boggling is that the photons know beforehand which detector they will hit. How do we know this? Because of how the twin behaves at detector 0. Because the path to detector 0 is shortest, one of the split pair registers here first, before its twin ends up in another detector.
So sorry.
Whatever registers at detector 0 always correlates with where its twin ends up. So if one of the pair hits detector 3 or 4, detector 0 always displays its clump pattern. But if its twin lands at detectors 1 or 2, detector 0 always displays an interference pattern.
Right now.
Can the particle predict the future? Or is space-time a virtual construct with all time frames available simultaneously at the source of the simulation?
Okay. So
Modern
you're in
physics has
Thailand?
definitely decided
No, I'm not in Thailand.
the smallest units of matter are, in
Where are
fact,
you?
not physical objects in the ordinary sense of the word. They are potential
No, I
forms.
thought that I
In
I
no
just
sense,
listened to you that you
abstract
said that you're
ideas
from
which can
Thailand.
only be
You're
described
Thai.
in the
So
language
I
of
thought that you were
mathematics.
from Thailand.
Space and time are ideas as well, not absolute properties.
Okay,
Science
so
has
I
decided
have one question
materialism is
to
not
ask.
a sound
So,
worldview.
about the sports day.
Most physicists now accept that particles do not exist
Do
as
you think that
objects
they
in the
will change
absence
the
of observation, but exist only as waves, which then form into particles when observed. These waves aren't anything tangible like ocean waves or even radio waves. It's simply a probabilistic description of where the particles might be if they were checked on.
Particles are probability distributions, not little hard things. But when you measure them, like measure which slit they go through, you get a particle.
The wave that forms into a particle is only a wave of potentiality. This is what Werner Heisenberg said many years ago. The atoms or elementary particles themselves are not real. They form a world of potentialities or possibilities rather than one of forms or facts.
Space call earlier tonight than I'd like to because I got to be up in the morning because I got to paint my production manager's sister's house for some
compare it to what you see in a computer simulation. A video game gives you the frame that you need when you're looking there. When you navigate around and look at something else, it creates and gives you that frame.
I'm going to be scrambling and
Oddly
trying
enough,
to
the universe behaves the same way. Our world really does seem to be pixelated, and it only assumes definite time when observed. The very same way computer simulations behave. This is why the simulation hypothesis is now taken seriously by an increasing number of experts.
I personally find that I gravitate more towards the information theoretic point of view and believing that the universe that I exist in is a very good, high-quality simulation.
Some folks have tried to salvage objective reality and materialism by claiming that the quantum realm operates on a separate set of rules that don't apply to the macro world of our daily experience. This idea is called macro realism. Scientists Leggett and Gard proposed an idea similar to Bell's theorem, known as an inequality, to test whether there is a limit in quantum effects. But in 2011, a team led by Stephanie Simmons and George Nee experimentally demonstrated violations of the Leggett-Gard inequality. And these results have been duplicated many times since then, showing that macro reality emerges from quantum reality. So you can't separate the two. Reality is all emerging from the same source and operates by the same rules at all levels. The double-slit experiment has been successfully performed with larger objects such as atoms, molecules, and even buckyballs, spherical structures made of 60 carbon atoms. Scientists are currently designing experiments to do this with mid-sized proteins and viruses. Non-local entanglement has been recorded between pairs of small diamonds, aluminum chips big enough to be seen with the naked eye. A small metal paddle has even been placed into a state of non-local superposition. As of February 2015, macro realism has failed every single experimental test. The fact that quantum effects exist at the macro level is what makes quantum computing possible. And quantum computing takes place on a daily basis at Dr. Seth Lloyd's MIT Qubit laboratory. The idea that you can prevent the downfall of materialism by claiming that the macro world is separate from the quantum world is
the usual sort of like right curve nonsense.
Reality is all emerging from the same source.
Mooning 100 times over, like I'm going after everyone with that just and even the dumbest ones have done fairly well in the long run, despite the fact that there's just something about mining these things that just materializes value. And so it's as dumb as the name is, who cares? There's not even need to talk about it really.
Am I being kept alive in one of those scary pot things?
Maybe that'll make it go up. It's so dumb that enough people avoid it. I think it's a different price action.
Yeah, it taps the Casper narrative to this thing and the GPU mining narrative and decentralized whatever. And you wind up with I don't know.
Why is all of this so mysterious and difficult to understand?
Is Casper a good name? Because I never liked that name. I never liked the Cas. That's what I said earlier.
Cas is a stupid name too.
It's a very stupid name.
Afraid to expose their true
Carl
intentions?
is their name too, but KOS
Is he hiding from us?
Why?
Why won't he reveal himself?
The thing to me is that it's better than Bitcoin because it sounds like
It's all in fair market, so there's not a heavy team token, that kind of thing. So there's no Satoshi involved, kind of. So,
part of your subconscious is still connected to the original consciousness that programmed this virtual reality.
you still got some
After all, we know that our subconscious can create physical experience for us while we sleep.
Bitcoin's been around for 10 years. You're never going to beat Bitcoin. So whenever someone says it's a better Bitcoin, it makes you want to vomit in my mouth a little bit.
Create and perceive our world simultaneously. Our mind does this so well that we don't even know what's happening.
I don't know a single scientist who would disagree with the statement that the world is exceedingly ingenious. Not just mathematical, not just beautiful, not just elegant, but the manifestation of something truly extraordinary.
Albert Einstein was one of the smartest people who ever lived. In 1 year, he wrote 4 of the most important papers in the history of physics and introduced sweeping changes that ushered in technologies ranging from lasers to the global positioning system. At the end of his life, after spending 28 years searching for a unified field theory built on materialism, Einstein seemed to change his mind about the fundamental nature of the universe.
Is everything here created by God? Well, yes, if God's the larger consciousness system, yes.
If we can all agree on one thing, it should be that science means discovery.
Let's go. You've taken your first step into a larger world.
Yes. And wouldn't I want, if there wasn't anybody else fighting, wouldn't I want someone to do whatever they could for my kids? And so I kept yelling, kept fighting, kept doing whatever I could. I have no idea. I had no patient record. I didn't charge anybody because I didn't know who it was. I mean, there was nothing. I knew I wasn't going to file a suit. There was no way. This mom from Indiana, though, she's crying because she's so happy she got home. Okay, Mom, how long's your boy been in the hospital? So many days. What's his creatinine levels? How's his kidneys? They are what they are. Was he on the vent? Yeah. Where's that at? Where's it at? What's his oxygen levels? Okay. Meanwhile, during this conversation, she sent texting me a picture of her boy, which I still have. And obviously, it's something for them I couldn't share. And it was just one of many pictures I got. You know, someone said they were full of tubes, dying. And, you know, I tell that mom, you know,
What's the drink?
Graffiti can be many things. Ephemeral, revolutionary disease. It can be scratched, written, even painted. What does it mean? For tens of thousands of years, humans have been leading their lives upwards. From caves to city streets, graffiti is something that seems to bubble up wherever humans go. It's an explosion of creativity. Graffiti surrounds us. But is it a blessing or is it a curse? When does vandalism become graffiti? When does graffiti become street art? And when does street art just become, well, art? In this film, I'll show how the best graffiti is shaping the world of art in sheer vitality. Graffiti is a state of mind. It's not anything. It's not a product. And the graffiti can be political and even help us to come to terms with the past. I'm Dr. Richard Clay. This is my brief history of graffiti. It's all around art history.
What a time to be alive, man. My team just beat the shit out of the Ops yesterday. But see it.
It's graffiti. The art is stretching, scribbling, spraying families.
I think we're gonna go ahead and end them for a minute, man.
Oh, not for me personally. Maybe the other Niner fans will chill out on it, but for me personally, I would hit different from me. I remember the day I felt when we lost that motherfucking playoff. So, yeah.
This is Berlin's Reichstag. It's the seat of the German parliament. It's also a symbol. It stands for one of the most important events of the 20th century, the defeat of Nazis.
For those that are
After a devastating street battle in Berlin, the young men and women of the Red Army took the Reichstag. As the dust settled, they laid down their arms. Some began writing on the walls of the burning building. I've been looking at marks left on walls all over the world. These are probably the most moving of the marks that I've seen. Marks left by Soviet soldiers who survived the Battle of the Reichstag. This graffiti is deeply moving. A list of friends calling themselves the Brandenburg Boys. The towns and cities they fought in on their grueling march to victory on the 2nd of May, 1945. And a vengeful comment. This is for Leningrad. I just can't get over the fact that it's all painted with charcoal. from a gun. It's painted with crayons used to mark maps. It's painted with chalk. It's painted with tools that soldiers have to handles. I mean, it's not. It is genuinely moving to be in this space with these arms led by these men and these women for what turned out later to be freedoms in Europe and in Russia. It is really genuinely moving. This compulsion, this urge to leave a mark that says, I need to know that I was here, seems to be at the heart of this freedom. Why? Clues might lie deep in our past. I've travelled to Burgundy, France, to look for some of the earliest examples of graffiti. The cave system of ROTHSCHILD was first occupied well over 30,000 years ago. The generations of families who lived here also used these walls in the darkness of the cave system in ways that celebrate their humanity. Handprints. It's not a print, it's stencils. The child's hand. This floor would have been 40 centimetres lower. This has been a child reaching up. And then
we're able to expand their pirate crew and also get into the game because of that one whale. And I'm sure that whale is kicking themselves now if they look at the floor price. So,
yeah, I mean, like some people may really, calculate like I'm gonna 2x, like that. Get us down their chest. So, I mean, some of the early people who did that made profit. So, I mean, everybody has their own temperament with that thing.
Yeah, and always take profits when you can. That's my opinion. If you can take profits, go for it. No shame in that. It's always a good idea to take profits. But I do want to jump into a little bit about the roadmap. So if anyone listening wants to know what is going on in the roadmap, you can actually go into Discord right now, do ! roadmap in the main deck, and it will
and another different in black. It's extraordinary.
not a natural runner, so he doesn't know how to protect himself. You can be a quarterback and know how to protect yourself. Like Jaden Daniels did a lot this year. Like he showed that he can protect himself. Lamar Jackson also did when he was in college too. So
well, knowing how to slide and the timing, is real important. Sometimes it's hard to really know. I mean, sometimes too, you're in the awkward spot when you have to slide, but you have to do it in a way that, like baseball players, they break bones. It is kind of like a skill if you think about it.
I don't know if you heard Dell things about Spencer running the ball. He said he had to tell Spencer to calm down because when Spencer runs, he runs with aggression. He don't bust.
Yeah, he wouldn't always slide, dude. He'd try to play people like people.
in this art, you see it so close up, so in the face. If you're down on your knees, the mammoth starts to tower over you. It makes you feel small. These paintings, beautiful records of people's engagement with the world around them, remind us of how much we hold in common with our ancestors. To create art on walls and leave a mark of our brief existence seems to be at the heart of this urge to make graffiti. But how did they create that haunting image of the hand? Street artist Xavier Prue lives a short distance from the cave system. I've dropped by his studio to delve deeper into the technique used to create the hand stencil. Today, I'm being to some caves. Amazing, absolutely amazing. 300 meters into the mountainside. There's a couple of spots where there'll be like an animal, and then a hand. Just put their hand against the animal, and somehow they've sprayed around them, take their hand away, and more than 30,000 years later, it's absolutely extraordinary. So, how? It's piles of spray cans. Xavier digs out the raw materials for Stone Age art. Scallop shells,
Yeah, this top 10 in the NFL. Bengals are averaging 22, which is ranked 21st. You see, this is a big difference in that 1 point. The Jaguars averaging 4.4 first quarter points. The Bengals are allowing 3.7. So if you like taking those quarter totals, in the third quarter, the Jags are averaging 5.5 points, while the Bengals are allowing 4.6. These numbers are a bit low. It's not the same as trying to take you with the NBA. But the Jags are top 7 in the NFL in third quarter scoring. I mean, for me, it's an Evan Ingram night. Just as far as
Or scallop shell, seems to mark those around it, seems to mark what makes us human. As more sophisticated civilizations like the Roman Empire appeared, our lives became more complicated. So too with our graffiti. Our ancient cities really are not different to modern cities. Thousands of voices clamoring for attention. But the spoken word it comes and goes. The written word, that lasts longer. Write those words on walls, and walls become arenas of conflict. In the Roman world, graffiti wasn't just about I was here. It would also be used to let the world know whose side you were on. Researchers like George Cardoso are revealing the images and the messages scratched into the walls of the Golden Roman city of New York. So George, what is it?
The image is very simple. You can see it here. It's the helmet of a gladiator, and he's holding a sword, a gladius. Okay? If you get back here, you can see his shield.
This gladiator was found scratched into the walls of a large 3rd century townhouse. Why this gladiator was such a big deal that some people had to scratch this and throw it around?
I think he was a kind of supporter.
It's one quite relevant, but if you come, we can speak from TRUMAN. Friday of the victim of the Ootd will give you street level OOD. And Saturday, normal left foot. Then Sunday, good again. So, in summary, let's meet the chef in September 16th. The link to my tickets is up there. But I mean, I don't go sleep like that. I get shifts when I don't shift around this month. Wait, funny, I guess you don't you want to tell me this night you are under something or something's under you. Because you are sounding very muffled. Just remove that thing that is in your mouth. Remove it first. There's something, I'm serious, you're sounding very muffled. It's after 12. Why are you sounding like that when it's after 12?
This wall painting from 59 AD in Pompeii memorialized deadly local visitors on the nearby cities of Capua and Turin. The university professor Pascal Almond is using graffiti to reveal the deep conflict of Roman society that gave rise to shocking events like this.
These are not the buildings. These are people from the audience who are starting fighting each other.
Instead of just watching the violent spectacle in the arena, the Pompeians launched a savage attack on the visiting team and its fans.
And people have tried to escape, and the Pompeians are now killing them in the streets using any kind of weapon they could find.
It's the written graffiti from those wearing Pompeii that lays bare the raw hatred between rival cities like Pompeii, Capua, and Turin.
In the graffiti, we can see that some say that one victory allowed people from Capua to perish altogether with the people of Turin. People from Pompeii were not ashamed at all. This was the day of glory to have killed hated raiders.
Other graffiti from Pompeii tells us the opposing side of the story. It sympathises with the victims from Manchuria, hopes the Pompeians get speared on a munificent for their crimes. The graffiti reveals in gory detail the vicious rivalries between Roman communities. This is a very frightening kind of graffiti.
That was the actual life relationship between the Roman cities.
These struggles in the arena, that's an afternoon's entertainment. Whereas the writing on the wall outlasts the entertainment.
They ain't think this out was coming, Chad. They like, wait a minute. Oh, shit. The fuck? The bitch was telling the truth? So, yeah. So now that's something else I'm telling the truth about in a normal rally. They just like, look at you saying that. But no. Next level. Okay? Okay, sis. Okay. Alright, mute yourself right now, thank you. Hello, I'll mute yourself.
Hey,
Hey, what's your question?
what track is your favorite track in the album? What number?
Well, how can I, the number or the song?
Well, which one you want to tell us? You tell me.
Well, how could a person that just worked on these songs so much so that, like, you know, that I took so long? How can I pick my favorite song on the album? Like, there are like it's way too many to choose from. I mean, I don't know. If I was to start naming them, it'd be a long time. I can name a few. I can give you guys the initials. If y'all want to take the song name, the song name initials, I can do that. Meaning that today those might be my favorite ones. You know, how can I? Like, this is
Graffiti can reveal power struggle between communities. Walls often become sites of conflict. In 18th centuries, after the height of the Roman Empire, graffiti would ultimately become a revolutionary weapon. Paris, France. In the 1790s onwards, this was a city awash with radical political ideas and haunted by the spectre of revolutionary violence. Graffiti still survives in dark, secret places. This place has millions of people in it. This is where the dead of the city's graveyards were moved. This is indeed the empire of death. In the late 18th and 19th centuries, overflowing Parisian cemeteries were emptied into this tunnel network. Originally a quarry of the limestone that built Paris, it soon became an enormous tomb. Now it's astonishing. Now we really get a sense of how far underground we are. There shafts like these, sunk across Paris. In the 19th century, the graveyards were cleared above ground. The bones were decanted down here. They used to have ropes down the shafts to pull them around so that the bones would get jammed in here. All above ground 18th and 19th century graffiti has been lost. Down here, it should have survived the centuries. The question is, can I find some in the 230 kilometres of tunnels? It's underground art history. I found the underground. Just looking for the art.
Lippy, where are your three daughters at?
First, I find a name.
Lippy, where are your three daughters at, bro? Where they at? Hurry up. Where are your three daughters? Look, now he's telling me his whole life story in my DMs. Stop talking to me in my DMs and come on the stage. He stopped mentioning my name. I'm still calm with his baby mom. We grew up, so can't draw her out like that. Oh my days, yeah, Lippy, you're done. Yeah, you see?
14 years after Pierre left his name.
Yeah, stop mentioning my name. Okay, cool, but stop mentioning your name, fam. I'm still calm with his baby mom. We grew up together, so can't draw her out like that.
1881.
You see, Lippy? You see? You see?
Trace is being left with his graffiti, whose lives down here, his signatures, these little buttons. Who knows when that was there? This stuff would have been happening upstairs too. Could we lose it? Can't lose it again. They want the city to be clean. It's preserved downstairs. They're like museums with the ephemeral. In 1871, France was still in turmoil. Having just lost the war, the new model republic took shape. Radical Parisian workers rebelled, forming a commune that took control of the city. The revolution gave way to violent conflict. If you go deeper into these tunnels, these massive tunnels, we find graffiti left by revolutionaries of the commune of the 1870s, who made their last stand against their enemies undergo. The graffiti led by the communist revolutionaries adorns the deep
any questions? I'm here on stage, so you can ask me.
statements like the Republic or death.
No, that's awesome, dude. I've said it before, but yeah, I'm a big fan of the things like you got going. And yeah, just love the sort of organic approach to grow that community. Focusing on bringing value to us there. So yeah, no, appreciate you joining us.
And industrializing it. Invented in the 1790s, lithography allowed revolutionaries to create one political message on stone and then print thousands of copies. These could then be stuck up on the walls overnight. It was an incredibly powerful new tool. Stéphane Guigaud, the foremost lithographer in Paris, has agreed to show me the secrets of this revolutionary process. In the early 19th century, it completely changed not just visual culture, but the culture of our streets. Suddenly, it was possible to produce images of high fidelity and produce thousands and thousands of them. They're so cheap, you can stick them on the walls of the city. You can have a political point of view and plaster the city with these images. Imagine how shockingly new it must have been. Inspired by that solitary 30,000-year-old hand, I'm going to create a political poster that resonates in today's climate. Called La Liberté d'Expression, freedom of speech. Okay. That's very considerate. I'm almost there. Almost a lithographer. Can I be your apprentice? Sure. If you have money. So, this is Arabic. Listen, you put your hand in the Arabic and then print the straw. Right, 2 seconds in there. 2 seconds on that. Lithography is the creation of an image on stone by etching the surface with acid. This etched stone is then picked up and pressed onto paper.
Kai suji an ce kai verifying na buka. Wani suji sai verifying na tura sun manna mu hauka shi ne na gaya ma nake hira da su. Ai kai wasu verify abun kai na da zai sauka. Wani da shi har ma shi file ɗin ka cewa kai verify kai file ɗin ka kai kuma yanzu ka ce verify mai suke cewa ina ce ina danna ka verify ya sai kuma kan bai zauna ina jira application sai in kai kwana kuma yanzu ka kuma ta monetization sai kai monetization in ka shiga da yake suna
You see the reaction of those digits. The gun brings the ink and wax pencil to protect our picture from the acid. It's this protected area, our image, that will carry the ink onto the paper and the press.
Stones to hold. You have to remove the acid from the stone. Then we will leave the stone with your arrows. And we will start into processing.
Wait again. As we wait for the chemical changes to take effect, it's time to choose the colours.
So now we use this primary blue, that's the Eve that applies into blue.
Eve Klein, equal half down. Step up.
C'est beaucoup revolutionary.
There couldn't be any other choice for a poster to celebrate liberty. This was visited to Paris in 1817. Said the birds were screaming. because of all of the references that were all over the wall. In 1871, the coming out witty and satirical messages flooded the streets, grabbing the attention of the people. In one afternoon, a printer on a press like Stefan's produced well over 1,000 posters. Stefan's lithographic press is over a century old. His export
because you appreciate
is
like
still
more
a
than
high pressure of
500 dollars of
square inch
smack.
to create each
You can see, and we had so many because we could not do it in one time. It was getting rejected. It was split piece by piece.
Yeah, yesterday I was having problems buying it. I had to make the order like multiple times in order for it to go through.
So do you believe me now, Jen?
Yeah, I believe you, man.
Yes, it's very obvious if you just look at all the numbers. And I think they don't want to let anybody know because it's about fear and them controlling.
I will get you the message. I will share for you the message on the
Yeah, but Shawamos, you can't let these fucking guys get you, man. Like,
have their origins back in 1881. Mass-produced posters and graffiti have become very dangerous indeed. As the 19th century progressed, increasingly powerful print technology started to
don't know how to manage just trained.
Na Sigma, Jim, I beg, come up. You just they give me vibes. Maybe I you did it and you go ginger all these your girls. I don't know, they come wicked that place. Go sleep. How you do this thing,
There's a term I need. I had it on some supplements.
Becomes part of the vocabulary of commercial advertising. Images layered on
what you talk?
on the street.
I'm trying to remember something. What is it called when, like, okay, for example, you make content so you can promote something. There's a term for it.
And yet still,
A time for it.
Term, TRM.
Oh.
Wow. Help me out. What is the term when you make content to promote something?
20th century rolled on in urban areas sprawled.
Oh my gosh. Give me power to imagination. Oh my gosh.
There's something that's called especially when it's fake, right? So it's not organic.
Marvelous not too vessel. Jim, come see, we are playing game truth or dare. Yeah, you understand? If you are interested, come up. But the game is made for the speed of all space, not only the one speaker. You know, you can ask someone a question.
And energize the world of art. You know what? We're kidding ourselves if we don't think that graffiti is implicitly, if not explicitly, political. Every black law tells us that this space is under control. This is why the authorities in New York City were so obsessed with the explosion of throw-ups and of tags that emerged in the 70s and the 80s. It is political. But on the other hand, if somebody decides to tag the sign by hand, I'm going to respect that. Born in Philadelphia in the 1960s, modern graffiti rapidly spread through the boroughs of New York City. The Big Apple of the 70s was near bankrupt. Crime rates soared and garbage-filled the streets. This brutal environment, a young Brooklynite called Lee made a name for himself as a graffiti king. His Brooklyn studio is still fading into great gleam.
This is right now we are not all that photograph. This is great rush hour in the Bronx. That's why it's called benchmark. Because it's taken at the bench, 149th Street, Grand Concourse, which was one of the main stables where we would come to talk about how it works and, work out our quirks and all kinds of stuff, and collaborations.
The young Lee is surrounded by a like-minded peer that provided support and a resounding of the new radical ideas that defined visual graffiti.
It's a very innocent, honest movement. And, we never thought that it was going to last for so long. That's what's represented in the bubbles. Very subtle, some bubbles, you see them, you watch them,
Lee made a name for himself, creating increasingly audacious pieces on the subway trains of New York. You're famous for having painted a whole tree. That's totally
1975, I was ready to do something so grand.
Conflit ki gen avèk Guyana, Venezuela, konflit ki gen nan Pochouye, Ameriken, Européen, konflit ki gen an Europe, Européen, konflit ki gen an Afrique, jodi a la, Maintenant, le on y a là, on regarde c'est le comportement de la population qui est, et puis nous juste utiliser la même définition que les gens ont créé, soit rejeté, on va gagner, on va arriver, et après, on va faire ça, on n'a pas passé à côté par rapport avec cette affaire. Parce que les Européens ont les mêmes conceptions, on a parlé de ça, de démocratie, c'est propagande, etc. La première demande qui existait dans la politique chinoise, c'est des bagailles qui existaient.
Dice was also instrumental in the careers of pop art giants like Jean-Michel Basquiat and Keith Haring. Back in the late 70s, you were part of the album, and you saw this thing and thought, this isn't just about music, this is art.
Descended into the second, and it was this astonishing work. For some people, it was like descending into hell. Others, it was an artistic heaven. The conventional sense of order in New York City had just dissipated, and the subway belonged to the kids. And so the trains were covered with amazing wild star graffiti on the exterior and the interior was this maze of tags of all kinds. And I found it remarkable. So my circle of friends, we would go down into the subway just to see this, just to experience it, and just take pride in it. And it wasn't important where we went. We just wanted to see what was on the trains.
For Dice, the best subway art was truly exciting and needed to be taken seriously, but not everybody was convinced.
There was some criticism. People said, street art belongs on the street. And aren't you distorting what this art is about?
Because I know you have serious control you for when that comes. And your life is something that has no chicken. If you heard about let's try. You are sending this name down to where I need to send it. I am not joking. Don't come and because some of them are the problem of what Southeast today.
These graffiti that's among Daichi's first waterways in the world of street art. I wanted to understand what notoriety was that relative quiet These paintings are sought after. Recently, Eric Clapton paid
India. So I really came at it from that angle first, which I've told a few of you guys privately. I'll just bring it on a little bit more that my focus was not the phenomenon or any of the side stuff at all when I came towards this. So what we did at the institute that I work at is we started looking at some reports we were getting from people that were starting to become pretty common because there's a lot of concerns over there with fungal disease, the basic fungal disease and whatnot, and how it hits the population. So we had to kind of focus on things that are easy to acquire, so because you don't always have the option of pharmaceutical type production in these regions, but everyone kind of knows the plants in those areas. So we started focusing on stuff that would be easy to acquire, easy to produce in these regions they could use for medical purposes in case the bottom falls out, so to speak. So that's really where we started with all of this. And then we would self-test and kind of biohack our way through these compounds that we're promoting as something that might be worthy of that antimicrobial, antifungal resistance bracket. And all of a sudden we started getting reports regularly of people all of a sudden having dreams, like really intense dreams, going from not dreaming at all to all of a sudden lucid dreaming kind of repeatedly. So we started paying a little more attention to it and started digging in on what that could be pointing at. And I was talking with somebody who brought me to Gary Nolan's work, some of the stuff that was put out there. So I started looking at it from that angle of damages that I was already seeing in populations over there in Naga. Things like choroidal sinus gets mentioned a lot. Damage around the hippocampus and so on. We found a pathogen that's pretty common in those regions and becoming more common elsewhere. That looks like it's a big piece of the puzzle on these predispositions to these diseases setting up shop. And part of what they're doing under the hood, when you start looking at them very closely, is they're interfering with some biochemical processes that lead to everybody's favorite topic, DMT, which is tied in pretty heavily with dreaming, of course, and other states, various situations in your life, but primarily dreaming, death, other things.
This even final lettering is objectionable to me. I see hand painted signs. I think they're beautiful. The touch of the human hand really enlivens an environment. And so when you can see some kind of scale wall enriched by someone who cared enough to put something there, it's an element of the city now. It's been around for really as long as time. It's just a really innate human impulse.
I think it might slightly change the way even I think about graphics. I've always felt somebody painting on my house wall, I probably want to do them damage. So now I'm starting to think maybe I should give them a break. Of course, you must be well aware that there's a power struggle afoot. The walls of our city streets are covered with images trying to sell us products and tell us what to do. Today's graffiti artists are working in the gaps, subverting these messages with their stray cats. Most exciting street art is unpredictable surprise, leaps from the wall when you least expect it. And it can change the way we see the world around us. Former architect and godfather of stencil art, originally Xavier de Bourg, better known as the Lake of the Rat, is a leader in the scene. Within revolutionary art, really so one of the consequences of pop art movement, of surrealism movement, but that is really revolutionary.
Next, witty and smart art on our city streets is made of famous. As a trained architect, he knows that it's not just about what he paints, but where he paints it.
I realized, not with my first painting, but after a while, after maybe 1 or 2 years, that the place was very, very good. And the environment around us, the place where I was painting was very, very good. If you put your images in a very posh area, it would be completely seen and understood completely different. But if you use the same image in the worker area, this is the most interesting thing in graffiti, in my opinion.
Is there something about leaving a mark out lives?
Yeah. When I'm painting in the streets, when I finish my work, I really the feeling that I leave my trace. It's very deep, this feeling.
Record and I grinded trying to get 7 C's. And I couldn't get them.
There's 8 C's, but that.
I did not know that, so I wasn't actually in the pre-mint grind Discord.
They were thinking about leaving trace. I was here.
Even though Black's work is politically engaged, at its core, it echoes this simple impulse behind that hand in the cave. I was here. Don't forget. Blake's art and the work of those that
You know what I'm saying? Or it makes those monsters put all the kids away.
Like that fucking rain, we'll put it wherever we want to in this bitch.
That's right. Dude, that was a vibe, man. I was man.
I like it too. I'm not gonna lie. I like that motherfucker too. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I make music that translates to the stage. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just been on radio when I'm in front of us. So I hope that's one of them.
14 artists. A work signed by all of them.
Oh yeah, but you guys can definitely get your hands on that. We got them in out Asteroids. If you don't, that's okay too. You can find me on Sound XYZ. This is the 9 Times Volume 2.
3 artists. Looking close. And it collapses. Finds form again. So on the leg, 2 eminent Parisian graffiti artists were commissioned to lead a 14-strong crew to cover the interior of this space with art. And just the whole space, the ceilings, the walls, painted. And movement. Although painting, protecting body, eat the heart out. This is all over painting. Painting all over the planet, this is one thing. Treating the whole building as we can is quite clever. It's staggering. It's explosion of creativity. The shrapnel hanging from the ceiling. All of it's photocopies. It's peeling off. It's like the lithographs, posters peeling off over the course of time. It's almost like they're saying, yeah, we know our art sits. We get where it relates to poster culture. How many different hands?
Can I outsource a little something for you? I need you to take the story. So the storylines are all pre-written, everything's perfectly written, including, of course, character interactions. All that it now needs is an interactive voice actor. So what you could do, hypothetically, is we could outsource the service. So I have a community, we call the X/Jack, Accelerating LX, which is Accelerate X, really. Everybody else does their own thing, like they accelerate technology, things of that nature. We do that too,
But primarily, we're focused on accelerating the utility of people on this platform, adding to the utility, finding cool stuff. You may even end up being an E/admin, which is kind of interesting because if you're a software engineer and we have the time to accelerate your house somehow, then you basically become them by default. You join our community. But here's the thing, right? Join our community where you can like basically interact with these various types of challenges. One of these challenges is going to be taking an SCP storyline, taking the visuals out of that storyline, manufacturing them, making them as cinematically perfect as possible, either generating AI video out of this, which is very, very stable, or just using images as a background narration. Now, I can help narrate this for you, or you can generate your own thing based off of the AI voice wherever you find this and see what happens. But I mean, Christian, I think you could just basically take a few images like and turn them into. Actually, no,
artists that conduct what previous applications were together.
C'est comme si la première structure veut dire toutes les personnes qui sont là, on casse l'endroit par des points, des diagonales, des lignes de force, ce que j'appelle. Everybody trusts is like so much that they will let him, that's also levels to make this, erase some parts of the pages, and then we will
and to be honest, it's also a baseline subversion of our system of government. And I'm sure we'll get into that as we go along. But this one in particular is troubling to say the least. And I'm really just appreciating that it made it so easy. Are you part of the Truth crew?
Yes, I am the chief people officer, also our
Okay, man, we got connected. Like, hey, what you guys built, I am just from a purely activist standpoint, very impressed. The user interface, the simplicity, user intuitiveness in order for people to like participate and make their comments, and that can't be
And we figured we want to find a time capsule inside that it could feature something that would be vaguely determined, something that is so out of reach and so complicated to see and do, and that is so far away from the normal showing spaces that no one would ever find the interest of raising it.
Like a somewhat fake space, an area inside the gallery. In total secrecy, they began to cover the walls of this out-of-the-way place in a manner that takes me back to the caves. Joining me were a small number of other artists, including the graffiti superstar, friend of Lee, Future 2000. This is going to get heavy. This desire to preserve stuff, I know you understand the art is a phenomenon, but there's also a realisation of the glorified both of the world. If you make something in this next
I have a lot more friends than you do, but you are hating.
I'm good. I don't need friends.
I understand because I can tell. I really don't want them.
I'm talking to you. KDL.
Oh, JDL. Oh, JDL. Oh, he can't by accident. Tina, you don't know if it's true or not. Croc doesn't know. Kathy doesn't believe.
I mean, it's not far-fetched. The guy drinks and drives. The guy's has a lot of problems, emotional.
Imagine telling a lady that broke her collarbone, get up, faking, you're just trying to get money.
I'm sorry, I
mean, that's something Yeti would say.
I came up on purpose.
You're just trying to get money.
I just want to address, like, people keep talking about it being in the news and all. This is Broward County, one of the biggest counties in the United States. It's a very rough county. I live in a big county, and a wreck like that would not make the news here. Like, it just wouldn't. There'd have to be a lot of deaths, or the driver would have to be the mayor, or something like that. That would not make the newspapers, local news here at all. It just wouldn't. So I wouldn't expect it to be in the news in Broward County.
Yeah, no, last time that I seen something on the 23rd, and there was a death involved.
Yeah.
The seventh largest city. I just looked
I
it up.
only had my
Damn,
sit
that is a big ass
but
fucking.
for those of y'all that researched it, if anybody has that scope that I did at the bar with Yeti, at the end of it when he's dancing right before right before.
For me, there's no argument. The best graffiti is art. Challenging art. Graffiti on the walls of our streets today, like those moving mottos from the Brazilian Revolution, still speaks truth to power. The lithographic revolution of the 19th century changed our streets. Advertising in our face everywhere. Street artists are challenging that, taking the language of advertising just to do art and using it against commercial culture. Taking the brands of global capitalism and saying we're not all about money. Asking us to rise up, saying shoot the bank, saying it isn't all about cash, saying to vanquish without peril is to triumph without glory. And all of this grows out of a tradition from the 1970s, the aerosol commercial, this revolution, this tool that allows artists to paint rapidly and to throw their marker onto the wall with great precision. We can also paint extraordinary works, almost like a Sheila, the beauty of a sketch. The aerosol evolves. The blank wall is a provocation to so many individuals, whether they consider themselves graffitists or street artists or just vandals. They're angry, and sometimes their anger is directly, specifically stated, but impossible to misunderstand. 18,800,000 dead in Congo, and you don't have a word in the media. These are voices that are all screaming, clamoring for attention, because they are part of a revolution that wants to challenge the dominance of commercial culture in public space. Do I agree? Does it matter? They disagree. And today, some modern democracies have learned to live with the many varied voices speaking through graffiti. At the Reichstag in Berlin, the graffiti scrawled by the Red Army could be harshly critical. But the Parliament of a reunified Germany decided to preserve large parts of it for posterity. Could the Soviet Soviets possibly have imagined that when they took temporary materials and wrote on the wall in the Reichstag that you sow the wind and reap the whirlwind, that what would be reaped in due course would be a whirlwind of liberties, that all right means that governments remain anxious about writings on walls that allow and celebrate multiple voices. The fact that these marks arrive is testament to the strength and the resilience of democracy.
Definitely sounds like a different trucker
been deliberately preserved
that you were talking
by
to.
members of the German
yeah,
Parliament
100%.
because they believe in the freedom of speech. They believe.
See, the deep state, it's not just entrenched in Washington, D.C., it's entrenched in a state government.
Dude, how did you get? You said you got like 6 county officials out and an understand. How did you do that?
Just by knowing the law and taking it to them and not taking any pleas and really kind of just exposing a lot of stuff. And it wasn't me directly that did it, but, you know, I was like a major fly in the ointment. And before I came here into this county, they were just walking all over people and, like, nobody knew their rights.
Dude, I swear to God, I've got to start doing the same
This
thing.
shit's funny as hell,
That's
man. I got shit's funny.
Sometimes we need to use our eyes to look in order to hear what people are trying to say.
On a cold December night in 1941, an artist stood on the sidewalk in Manhattan, gazing through the plate glass window of an all-night diner. He saw a couple at the counter, a man on the other side, someone else serving coffee through the glass window of an all-night diner. He saw a couple at the counter, a man on the other side, someone else serving coffee. What could be more commonplace?
Drink.
Here at Sports Center, it doesn't get much bigger than Security Badge Photo Day.
Okay, thank you so much. Next. Name? Jason. Jason. Say Team. Try taco. Taco. A big goose. Jason, what? Gotcha. You learned this off the tube. Let's go say
yes, it is Trevor Lawrence in his third year to an extension. Ready for it at the end of this season. Big money coming his way. He's got his team in first place. He's playing great football as we send it down to Lisa Salters for a performance brought to you by Jersey Mike's a moment ago. She checked in with head coach Doug Peterson of the Jaguars.
Doug, a win tonight would put you at the top of the AFC. Trevor Lawrence has said everything is just clicking right now. What feels good about the way he's playing, about the way the entire team's playing?
You know, when it comes to Trevor, I just feel like he's in a really good rhythm right now. He's seeing the field, kind of using all his resources on offense, I guess, to get the ball to him. And really, it's been a I don't want to say a long time coming, but it's been a process for us this season. And I feel like right now, and especially this late in the season, you got to be playing the best football. I feel like we're just
Monday Night Football has not been with the Jaguars for a very long time. We're about to show our video tease to all of America. You got an advance copy last night. You wanted your team to see it. How come?
I wanted to show them exactly what this night represents. You're the only game on in front of the entire country. This is what's being showed to the national audience, and you're part of this special night. And I just wanted them to feel a little bit of the emotion going into a game like this, and the importance of going out and playing well.
Thanks, Doug. Good luck tonight.
Lisa, Doug, thank you very much. His team started 1-2, but they won 7 of 8, and right now sitting at 8-3. If they win here tonight, for the moment they would be the number 1 seed in the AFC because of their conference record. We get set to go. It's the Bengals and the Jaguars coming your way. A light show here Fireworks moving. Get ready for Monday Night Football in Jacksonville. Hope you are too. Jags and Bengals coming up next.
At Jersey Mike's, we bake our bread fresh in the store. Be careful of the scent they attract company. Drop this easy. Bread will snatch it. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. See eliminations, migration, only in theaters.
Dad, this is no gift. What drops the logs? You need some help. Etsy. Log bag.
Gifts delivered on time. Only back. Etsy has it.
Please be a phone. Please be a phone. Is it a phone? It smells like a cat toy or chewing. That's not a phone.
Get up to 40% off gifts that bring the most joy at Chewy. Get great deals on gifts that deliver excitement at Chewy.
This is the legend of great Aquaman, the greatest Aquamaning of them all, even greater than all his brothers. We open up on the 7 seas where he's riding his trusty seahorse Storm. He calls for all marine life to join him in the adventure as Aquamaning draws up the perfect play to fend off Black Magic. And as the battle rages across the lakes, Aquaman saves the surface dwellers of the
contact with a U.S. senator made a difference in the outcome of in
Israel, not just
it's not just your rights. It's funding for Ukraine, for Israel, and for Taiwan. It is President Biden's request for national security funding. And originally, there was funding for security on the southern border. But that's still ended. But what Republicans want to do is radically change American immigration law, especially when it comes to asylum. And this is simply a non-historical for Democrats, as it should be. Dick Durbin was on the Senate floor this afternoon talking about the last immigration bill passed by the Senate 20 years ago. Thanks to Dick Durbin and John McCain.
ESPN welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football
These two guys just talking football.
Rock and teach commercial.
Make it slippy, mate.
Just be careful.
I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy. See, that one's good. Don't compliment him.
Wait, no questions here.
It's been 8 years. You and I know what it's like being a human highlight reel, not
Hey, Rock, this is
Big Roach, don't break it. That's not it. Never answered one of my calls. I'm going to talk to you, bro. He looks good like that.
I was a huge Peyton Manning fan growing up, but Eli, I love you too.
UVB76. You guys know about that? Know about that code that comes from Russia apparently? That, we cannot decipher, that people try to. Yeah, me neither.
Tonight's guest, you
might add Benny.
All right, Peg, we got a big game tonight. Jaguars for the Bengals. The Jaguars are trying to stay atop the AFC. the Bengals are just trying to stay relevant in the playoff picture. One of the hottest teams right now in the NFL is the Jaguars. They're playing really great, and a lot of that is because of, obviously, Trevor Lawrence. He's back healthy, had a knee injury earlier in the year. He's playing great. The emergence of Calvin Ridley in this past game is another weapon outside. But when Trevor's healthy, it just makes their offense go because he can move in the pocket now. He can escape. He can run for first downs. I think earlier in the year, they were a little bit limited on what they could do and getting him outside the pocket and running it. But now he's got full range. He can do everything, and he's playing some of his best football.
No doubt about it. It's Cincinnati, but it's all about Jamar Chase tonight. We have a young quarterback in Jay Browning making a second start. Jamar Chase is his best friend. He's arguably the most talented receiver in the NFL. I see them throwing a lot of short passes to him. The Jaguars play a lot of soft, off coverage, quick hitches, quick slants, little now routes. Get the ball in his hands. That'll calm Jake Browning down and give this offense a chance to move the ball.
All right.
No doubt. Mate, I got to talk with Jake Browning a little bit this week, and he said that everybody right now is going into week 13. He's going into week 2, and he expects big jumps from that first week to the second week of his play. Even just with his preparation, we need to know what's the best way to study and prepare for a Wednesday, for a Thursday practice. And when the coaches asked him, hey, what plays do you like last week? He didn't really know. He needed to go in there, play some games. They did a lot of empty last week, which is hard on him. He's working all over the field. I expect a lot more six-man protection, more pure progression plays. And that, we're starting with this guy, number one, every time, go through progression. I think that number one is going to be Jamar Chase. Number two, T. Higgins. That's a good 1-2 punch right there.
Yeah, when you say those pure progression plays, right, it's simply, is he open? Is he open? Is he open? You're not necessarily having to look at the defense as much as you are the receivers. Brian Callahan, the offensive coordinator, talked about that as well, Eli, that there are things that Jake Browning saw from the film room that are just different facing the live bullets. And they have to help him and protect him. They have to give him what I used to call breather plays, Eli, to take some things off the quarterback, give him a chance to have a breath. Plays doesn't have to make a great throw, a great read. The problem is Jacksonville does a great job disguising their defenses. That'll be a tough challenge for Jake tonight to figure out what it is they're doing. You said earlier, this year, just watching behind Joe Burrow, on the sideline here in the film room, he makes it look easy. You're watching the film, it's like, oh yeah, I can make that throw. Oh, I can make that scramble. I can make that check. All of a sudden, when it's live, there's a live rush. You got to make decisions. You got to see the coverage. You got to know the play. You got to call the play in the huddle. It's a lot harder than it looks, and it's a lot harder than Joe Burrow makes it look. But I expect him. He's a sharp kid. He seems to know, have an idea of what he did wrong, where he can make his improvements. I think he'll play a lot better this week. Getting in the third and manageable right here, third and 4 is a good start. I expect him, that the tight end in the backfield right there. Six-man protections. Nice to see the ball gets out quickly. Like I said, Cincinnati's got to take some things off his play. He's not having to change protections.
No huddle, baby.
No huddle. Are they going quick thinking it's fourth down?
I think that's a rental review. I don't think that's a. Hey, let's go. I don't think that was the game plan.
You can't just rip his helmet off. That's got to be a penalty.
Have his face mask.
He simply put his hands on the sides like this and take it off nicely. That's not a penalty.
Fit doesn't fit. Doesn't ask that.
Not fair. Not a fair question. Come on. Dad said we have to be nicer to each other. You remember the text he sent last week? You got to be nicer to each other. So, how many times
in our life, how many times has Dad told you that you have to be nicer to me versus me being nicer to you? I've heard it once last week. After that, you've heard it 1,000 times. Be nicer to your little brother. Yeah.
Just kind of lock it out.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
So the Jake kind of talk about that he's not trying to be Joe Burrow night, he's trying to be himself, play within himself.
Exactly. You can't go out there, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. He talked about that. It's great to learn from him. But he can't, he's not going to have all the tools that Joe's has learned over these last few years of playing and of how to, change protection, bringing a tight end back, how to handle all these things. So he's got to, understand what place he likes, where he's comfortable. I think he is comfortable, and he said he's comfortable throwing on the run, moving in the pocket. So I expect a little bit more bootlegs, naked. If things break down, he can scramble.
Their families in 100%, but I think we're going to see him across the board. But there was a survey up earlier that showed that the majority of truck owners don't even use their trucks for work or for hauling. So he'll definitely hit the segment of people who are just running around putting groceries in the truck,
Kind of throwback moments and the alternate moments the Bengals aware of these ear holes. See, he's covered right there. Right, he's covered the ear hole. That blocks out the noise, right? It's loud in Jacksonville night. This is what we're trying to cover right here. Here,
I would suggest the same for everyone else. Give or take, maybe minus 10 or at 10, depending on how much you can take. Look, Uncle Matt, you got your hand up for a minute. I want to throw it over to you, and then we'll start get this discussion started. How you doing tonight, my man? Uncle Matt. I'm talking to you.
You was just making sure he was going to get from the space, bro. I respect it. I can respect that,
I get it. Okay, now everyone's a straight up leader. Look, that being said, let's get this. Well, Sam, what you got, my man? How we doing?
How's everybody doing? I like
Sam, are you on Pacific? So it's like 8:30 in the morning for you.
Yeah, it's like 8:30, but it's all good. I like showing up, but I don't really talk about it. But crazy weekend. Sure you saw my team. If not, Michael B. Jordan crashed into my Kia and slammed his $435,000
he's a game wrecker, as people say. Best guys in the sack, big time sack right there.
So maybe I'll bring I don't know. We're figuring it all out. This is the alpha right here. We're going to find out right now. So,
what do you think is your alpha?
Yeah, I'm actually talking to him.
I like it. No, I think that's
We're
I like that.
Looking good so far. So, who knows? Maybe I'll get a little.
Or we can dress it like that.
Yeah, honestly,
it's something.
Then when I got back,
You know what I mean?
Raised my hand because everyone was telling you to scan the beam's brain, and then the brain will give you another NFT.
DirecTV Sports Central brings your game stats and scores together, and now you can get it without a satellite. One more reason to finally get rid of cable. Getting rid of the cable guy might not be as easy.
Visit DirecTV.com for up to a $400 reward card.
College is 4 times more expensive than when I was in college in the 90s. And do you think the quality of college education has gone up 4 times since the 1990s? I would argue that it's actually gone down a bit, but at best it's about the same. But it's 4 times more expensive. Why is that? Inflation. And I'm a doctor, right? So healthcare is so freaking expensive. I'm so embarrassed sometimes to be a doctor when my patients talk about how expensive it is. I'm a radiologist, so I'll talk to people about a cancer diagnosis, and I've watched people get financially wiped out because they got diagnosed with cancer. So, hey, we're gonna kick you, first we're gonna punch you in the face, and then we're gonna kick you in the shorts with these hospital bills. It's just this crazy fiat system. And that's actually a really easy segue then into Bitcoin and why it's so different. And not only does it, protect your purchasing power, it actually appreciates your purchasing power over time. So that the longer you hold Bitcoin, the cheaper life gets. Can you imagine? Wouldn't that be amazing if life got cheaper year after year? You guys, we're all old enough, right, to remember vending machines back when we were kids. You could buy a Snickers for 25 cents. You could get a Coke for 25 cents. Or who knows what it was for all this, but I still vividly remember 25 cents for both of those things. Now it's like $2 or $3, and that's insane. And so
the guy covering Chase right here is trailing
And he's kind of in Jake's vision, but he might actually get in the way of covering Higgins, so he holds the ball and they get the sack. So covered sack's what you call it. Annoying is what I call it. Yes, shot, first play. Hey, it's like it's kind of a team to play cover 3.
I'm going as a silent pack. 6 feet under rock. I jump all this only right now. Turn my dog. It's all good. She's a poo-poo. I'm a fool. Recording my chips. I don't want to smoke to the rack. That's what everyone's hiding with. But I am no open talk. One of these fools. I need to go now. I'm down. I'm telling the truth. Why you want to make me too much juice? I ain't seen no one come to the block. There's crush on here. That's what. Something that's with you back there. How could I wait up for that? Why don't you so often? Anyway, goes on to the
First play of the game. This is his go-to guy, right? This is the guy Trevor likes. This is Burrow coming to Jake and kind of talking about the coverage, playing some film. So I like that Burrow's involved. That's going to help him out. Burrow's got ESPN2 on his headset.
Are you in a lump here?
No, I'm married to Tim.
Shiver me Timbo. Did he ever tell you the Unitude water polo story?
Yes, I have heard that a lot this weekend.
Hey, guys, Timbo, you got married. Where's the invite, dude? I crushed it.
Are you betting against the home team at their own home tonight? They are so soft against the run. And their secondary is trash. Just remember to act sad when you lose. I got this $1,000 camera for only $41.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Start your holiday season off with one of our new holiday combos starting at $13.99.
Introducing Fanatic Signature, a brand new collection of elevated fan gear featuring super soft fabrics and premium details. Make your mark with Fanatic Signature. Shop now with today's special offer. Fanatics.com, officially licensed everything.
This is holiday gifting happiness. Because moments before, it was full of fresh festive favorites from Nuts.com. Create your own gift tray or choose from gift baskets and tins with every flavor of happy. Enjoy 20% off plus free shipping with your first order.
Great to have my cause, my cleats week. Players all over the NFL wearing different types of cleats to support various causes. It's a great initiative by the NFL. I even have mine on, Eli. I'm going to show you mine here after this play. Wow, great seats. Yes. You are standing up a lot.
Yeah, wrong, you feel me? Like that, but man, always bet number 9. Always bet number 9. Always bet number 9. He's from North Florida, but none of them, man.
Josiah Coach man, this side, my friend Pryor did this in memory of her sister.
You can't cover it. On this side, we should know who's my straight face. I think he's situated all the time.
There's going to be auction off on NFL charities.
They don't care nothing about it, bro. Like, we can't cover it. Run it back, cold and shit.
I'm honored to wear these clips by my friends.
Hey, no. Man, that's awesome.
Yeah, or compare these two to the first two teams. This thing, I think the first team better. Oh, no. Their defense was lights out.
Their little now route.
Let the motherfucking queen moving on. Necker, pull it out. Chop with the neck. They sit down. Necker's family, okay, let's get around to it. Necker's family is pressuring her to have a baby. You know, she comes from one of those families that's very much like, you know, you get married, you're supposed to start popping them out left and right. You know, her idea of being married was not to just say I do and then start, you know, being a mother. She wanted to travel, she wanted to save, she wanted to work, but, you know, live her life as a couple before venturing that path. And I understand that, like, you know, like, fuck, like, at least learn to, you know, live with each other for a little bit before you make the decision to expand your living situation on a permanent basis. Like, you can't kick them out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. So I can understand her thought process behind that. And, you know, she says that, you know, now she's 35 and she's 35. Let's put an arrow to reconnect later.
Joe Rice alert. 11 quarterback draw. That's the play I think he's telling right now.
Crystal.
I think a little play action, baby.
You're supposed to scoop daily, every 2 weeks. That's a lot of shit.
I don't scoop it all.
You don't scoop it all.
Crystal litter better than that. Here it is. Crystal litter provides an added benefit for significantly reducing the production of silk and thus making it ideal option for cat owners with allergies, blah, blah, blah. Here,
How does it so clean up?
here, I'll send you a picture of the box that I have.
No, you did
Not my picture, I'm going to get one.
No, I'm telling you, no, what does it do?
Scoop it into this little compartment thing and it breaks it down.
Right. Running ability, just on the third down, to get the 4th and 1, you get to the quarterback sneak, you get to the option, right? 3 plays where he's using his legs, he's helping me get big plays. Yeah, obviously he didn't really miss any time, but he just said there were certain plays that
has also agreed with me and stated that it is incorrect for us to allow illegal into our military to be able to be turned against us in our own country per him.
Okay, I just have one question on a follow-up, and then we're going to debate on this. Is Scrotum the cat in America?
This is not
he is, and he even the details.
Being a criminal.
He knows exactly what will happen if we bring these illegals to exert on our behalf. And he even
I think we all know what will happen if Scrotum the cat gets a gun. Now, Sweet Pea, do you want to talk to Miss G? Because I'm inclined to go to her.
Miss G, don't lose us any more points. If you're going to talk about an appeal, you have to be specific to why you're appealing and not bribing.
Very good advice. Right, and I sure like your appealing is having us wrong. So, I can't believe I'm doing this. Go ahead.
Did I get a point for that, by the way?
You did. It's now 9-9 and now. Yeah, so in 9-9, Scrotum the cat came in. I have talked to Scrotum. You know, he does know a lot about guns and what it's like to be with the Mexican mafia. James, go ahead.
I was going to say Scrotum proffered for us, and he has been working with the FBI for the last 12 months, so we're accepting his testimony.
Yes, he has been. Yes, the court is very grateful for Scrotum's undercover work, no pun intended. So, Ms. G, okay, it is actually 9-9. Ms. G, would you like to show?
I would just like to humble myself to the court for my terrible behavior.
bring up good food to the judges in favor for what I thought my opening argument in my tweet stated clearly. Thank you, and I beg for your forgiveness.
All right, thank you, Missy. I appreciate that. So with that said, I'm going to go to James and Mark. Are we closing this at 9:09 to resume at around 2, or are we aborting it?
The NBA in-season tournament championship, Saturday on ABC.
Real question is no race today.
Nobody wants to see that. Put it up.
I would love to see you 200-foot race. No, who's the fastest? Hey,
a lot of people are calling for this foot race. Nobody wants to see that race. Give the people what they want. It's going to happen, folks. With the breaking news, we both have our cleats. Not forget about my chances. It's going to be at the Sugar Bowl in our hometown of New Orleans at halftime. Texas game. We're playing Washington. So, yeah.
I know I don't say that we appreciate the good. That's what they want I think people can only put it for the day. Yes, so they said,
against Pittsburgh, they just got away from the run game so fast and kind of became one-dimensional. That's tough against any defense, but
you used to I don't know
catch up down, 17, 21 nothing. So you just got to keep it close. Keep the answer. Don't think a lot of 3-and-outs here. Yeah, the problem right here, Faith, I like this little kind of now route. See, I don't like it now that in the cover two. Yeah, that's you have right there. You have enough people to run it right there. Right. I think Pittsburgh confused Jake last week. I think Jackson did a good job disguising. Right, it looks like single safety. Watch this safety last minute. He rolls over the top. That corner doesn't have to back up. He's going to be able to make that tackle. I don't like now routes in the cover two, and so look, Jake's got to work on the pre-snap read and the post-snap read, but they're different every single time. Watch the safeties by Jacksonville. What they show you early is not what they're going to play after the snap. Max defensive fake. Get up the hole. Get up the hole. Go. Help the quarterback out. That double mark, free safety was down weak. He went back. They brought the strong safety, but he took the screen right there to the back. I like that. You can't run the ball. There's another way to get the ball to the running back right there. Get the blockers out front, get them some space, make a big play. Yeah. So like that play right there, Jake doesn't have to see what the safety is doing. It doesn't matter, right? All I'm doing is throwing that screen. I'm not saying you play the whole game like that. Don't make him have to identify coverages that he just hasn't seen in game-like situations the whole game, right? Pick and choose your plays. That's the emphasis of the Bengals tonight. That's a good example of that. That's your best friend. That's your best friend right there. Well, Chase. If Chase is your best friend right there, that's kind of the guy that kind of hangs around, right? That's kind of, fun and stand by me, right? I'm not sure if they liked him, but they always invited him to all those things, right? Probably Bengals are one of the worst rushing teams in the NFL, and Jacksonville's one of the best teams against the run. So, that's a good run. You got to get
she's now stupid in another language.
And you don't speak, you are so dumb, you know. You look like a
It's all about lesson number 5.
Keep it a beat, I understand that.
He kind of eases his way back to the middle of the field. That tells you that quarterback is not going to have help. What's number 5, right? They're talking. He's working his way in the middle. Now that's Coleman's man, Island. Now it says to make that guy
So shy. Yeah, can I ask you something?
Shakes his hands.
So, I want to know if you will buy the bikinis because they are so pretty.
What do you think?
I think if she makes like names like you know that VMAs presentation names. Yeah, if she makes like names like that, I want. But I don't know how I will make my normal day stuff because I like the nails, but I don't like the like too longer, and I don't know. I don't know.
This is kind of catchy. If we give him a good throw, right? I mean, this is quarterbacks, all the receivers that argue, yell at us for making inactive throws. They're going to cut back. Can you get a field goal out of that? Can you get enough to get a field goal? Kind of an inside wide receiver screen. It's a good play to try to get some yards. But I don't know if we got enough to keep this field goal. I think these are two positive drives. These are two positive drives for Jim Browning, right? Both twice, move the ball. That's a good start. On the road, looking at football. Fans are out in Jacksonville. There's no tarp up to 95. People actually are there at the game. Not on the field tarp. Oh, let me post. No, they used to have tarps up in the stands to sort of, block out the people weren't there. But they're actually here tonight. First Monday Night Football game. Get in. Get in. Oh, come on. All right, we got Tua. He's going to join us after the break here. Miami Dolphins. There he is. Playing well.
Rated T for teen. I was abducted by the RDA. For 15 years, they kept me from my world. Now, I must reconnect with my people. Fight the war Pandora. I am nothing. Tears of War, available December 7th.
Chipotle's carne asada is back. It's our most tender cuts of steak, grilled and seasoned with Cuban, oregano, and coriander. Finished with fresh lime and hand-chopped cilantro. Carne asada. This is our best steak ever.
After 51 years, Popeyes is crashing the wings party with 5 flavors.
Makes no sense to just so that. Crispy outside, juicy inside.
You don't make sense. We make chicken. Okay?
And Doug says you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano. Replacing him. This guy?
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
He doesn't even have a mustache. Only pay?
Liberty, 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 liberty.
All right, let's welcome in Miami Dolphins Pro Bowl quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. Tua, you got the Commanders yesterday, 45-15. You're first place in the AFC East. Best record in the AFC. You're tied. How are you guys feeling right now?
We feel good. We're blessed to be at the spot we're in right now. As you guys know, it's a lot of hard work went into getting us the opportunity to be where we're at right now. So, we're enjoying this ride right now, and in hopes of hopefully we can keep that.
No doubt. Sure, you had a big game yesterday, throwing to that guy number 10. Have you ever overthrown Tyreek Hill? Is it possible?
To this day, I've never overthrown Tyreek. I don't know. I don't know if it's possible. I don't have the Patrick Mahomes arm, to be able to do something like that. Yeah, I think as I hit him in stride, it's probably me throwing it as far as I can at that point. But yeah, it's fun having someone like Tyreek to throw to. And really, he allows the other guys on our team to get open, and those guys play off each other.
Jaguars playing. Right here. Let's see what option route, baby. Jerk route. Yeah. That's a good word. That's you drop it. Tua, are you mad right here on the 4th and 4 when you're coming off and you just missed that 3rd and 4? What's that feeling like knowing that McDaniel's sitting at the punt team for a quarterback?
Yeah, I think for any quarterback, you want to end the points, regardless of what those points look like in the series. But sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's part of the game. You never win the game in the first or second quarter, so you just got to continue to play, and hopefully you can get something going on the next drive and get some points on the board.
No doubt about it. Go ahead. Talk a little bit about Bengals and some of these guys. I know, too, we got, Joe Burrow has a great quote on Jamar Chase. He says, quote, F it, Jamar's down there somewhere. I'm going to throw it. So you kind of had that same with Tyreek as a deep threat. You can always depend on it. Has Tyreek ever, come to you in the huddle and you say some version of, hey, just throw it deep and I'll go get it?
Tyreek has said that many times. He said that many times.
Always open. Always open.
There's been many. And that's the thing. He's been open on many of the times where he's came and told me, hey, throw it as far as you can. I'm going to go find it. And really that's how a lot of the touchdowns that he's had sort of went. You kind of get a feel of the game with where Tyreek is and how he's feeling, what time it is. So, that's what playing with that guy feels like.
We were talking earlier about Trevor Lawrence changing his protections a lot. It's kind of what Joe Burrow did. They're not doing it as much with Jay Brown. And just talk about when you got into the NFL. When you got in on that part of the game, it was a kind of a process for you to kind of learn how to change protections to make it a strength.
Yeah, protections for me, it was a work in progress. As I started out at Alabama,
Even a sensory. What is that?
Mike or
if you will make it as simple for me as you can, then because I think a lot of people, including myself sometimes, don't understand the power of that.
Right on.
So, honestly, that's the first word
in the past game as
Yeah, that's, and honestly, like, I was following Jans for a little while and trying to understand it, and like, okay, it kind of makes sense. And then when I started following Christian Lamar and I started watching all the stuff that he was doing, I was like, whoa, holy crap, this dude has some power. You know what I mean? And I was like, wow, that's really cool. I really want that power. And he literally just went and got anointed somewhere. I mean, that's all we have to do. And then, oh my God, all of a sudden your voice matters.
Basketball, signed by the 1948 All-Star team. So I've called in a specialist, an e-specialist.
Okay, let's start with what we do know. Geico makes it easy to bundle coverage for your car and home. Yeah, even precious sports memorabilia.
What a relief. Let's get back to charades. But who's going to crack the case? Well, I'm pretty sure it's true.
Me? It's easy to bundle your home and car. It's easy to Geico.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.com. Online auction since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than 30 and this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Here's how to get the most out of your structured settlement or annuity. The facts are clear. If you receive regular payments from an insurance company, for example from a personal injury settlement or car accident, it's your money and your right to exchange some or all of your future payments for a lump sum of cash now. Whether you need a new car or to purchase a home, pay off credit card debt, or build a business, J.G. Wentworth can help you get the cash you need now. Over the past 25 years, J.G. Wentworth has helped people pay over $4 billion from their structured settlements, annuities, and lottery winnings. Many have gotten lump sums of cash now and still continue to receive regular payments going forward. The bottom line is that it's your money, and it's your right to get the cash you need now. Call J.G. Wentworth at 877-CASH-NOW. Learn how to get the cash you need now from your structured settlement. That's 877-CASH-NOW or visit jgwentworth.com. Representatives are available now.
All right, big third down here, too. We're talking about some of Jacksonville's disguises. Anything you're trying to do without giving away your secrets kind of helps you kind of, have a pre-snap read and a post-snap read. So
yeah, I would say the easiest and obvious one, cadence. But then I think we could also use that to our advantage by just getting up, aligning, motioning, and snapping the ball, having the defense, like allowing them to have it to get set, or have to play defense as well. So I would say both of those.
Yeah, I love that. I love using the double cadence right to try to see what they're going to do, and then just snapping it quick. And so don't give the defense a chance to get comfortable, right? Let's dictate to the defense. Go in and dictate to them by throwing it to chase every single time, Eli. Yeah, right there. Obviously, number one read. Nice little throw to it. Some big news yesterday for Alabama that made it into the college football playoffs. And, here on this show, we're always trying to have breaking news. And you want to talk about what we talked about in the commercial break, where you said that actually Florida State should have gotten in over Alabama?
I did not say any of that, I promise. To all my Alabama buddies, everyone in Alabama, I'm really tired of all of this work stuff. I did not say that. Now, do I think it's fair? I think it's just a great example. It's fair. I think you guys did an amazing job for it too. But do I think it's right? The mock-ups look amazing. I love that you guys do the donation thing. It's one of those deals that was a great touch. That signature is fun around. Going to it. Very excited to see that. I had looking forward to what you guys did. I've heard a couple of stories about and what's what I would go down like use cadence. Monster 45 yard home. One of the more recent ones, but it is a great team on the fence. We use cadence so much, and I don't know if it was like at 3 seconds. You also snap the ball until like 5 seconds or whatnot. There was like a tell. You're in a very fortunate position. Oh, I don't know. So honestly, I really can't wait to give you a little bit.
heard the story. Do I know if it's right or wrong? I don't know if it's right or wrong. But that was just a story. So it could be used for you to either kill that story. I don't know.
All the cadence as possible, get as much information, wait for 3 seconds, and after that point, it's time to snap it, just play ball. That's what Rod got going here. Rod will take a little rhythm here. Hey, Jacksonville does not need Cisco to get hurt, but he is kind of, I think, sort of the quarterback of their defense, too. He does a good job of his kind of disguises, post-snap. That's kind of a big part of the game plan. Try to confuse a young quarterback and Jake Browning. I mean, just talk a little bit more about, kind of making some of your first starts. What is Jake Browning kind of feeling right now, making his second NFL start?
Yeah. I mean, it feels in a way like you need to do something right now for the organization to prove yourself that you belong in the league. I would say also because of the standard that Joe has set, for the team and where the team can go. So I'm sure he's doing his best to stay a little extra, and get to understand the playbook. Maybe he's getting extra work with Joe as well, in the filmer. But I do know that he's trying to do everything he possibly can to help his team.
Good point. He's got a good drive here in the red zone. Eli, a little play action, post. Nice. Oh. All right, Tua. I know this has been, you never came to the Passer Academy, but you do have a chance to get on the perfect prediction panel right here. And that is, how do you think the Bengals are going to fare in this drive? They're going to score a touchdown through pass, run, field goal, to stop. What do you think? You have to do it before they snap the ball. Yeah. You get it.
I don't think it'll be on this play, but I think it'll be I think it's going to be a run for a touchdown.
That counts. We'll take it.
I like these guys.
I'm in on it. No, I talked to him. This week, and I got him to celebrate. That was perfect clock management by Tua right there. You're talking about using the cadence. He just sort of waited in expectation as we were handing it off. He kind of covered his bases. Really good quarterback play. That's why he's an MVP candidate. He's playing such great football right now. I love it.
And you guys are too nice. You guys put me on the perfect prediction.
Why don't you bring her out and trust me? Stay with us. Try not to watch Eli dancing here in a minute. No. Let's not replay that. It's please, no.
You can feel it when your dream becomes a pursuit. And with vitiligo, the pursuit for your pigment is no exception. It's time you had a proven choice to help restore what's yours. Opzelura is the first and only FDA-approved prescription treatment for non-segmental vitiligo, proven to help repigment skin over time, restoring what's yours. It's possible with a steroid-free cream that you can apply yourself.
Opzelura can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB or hepatitis B or C. Serious lung infections, skin cancer, blood clots, and low blood cell counts occur with Opzelura. In people taking JAK inhibitors, serious infections, increased risk of death, lymphoma, other cancers, and major cardiovascular events have occurred. The most common side effects are acne and itching right eye.
If you're on the pursuit, repigmentation may be within reach. So, are you ready? Ask your dermatologist about Opzelura.
Really craving nacho fries.
What's next? So we have this edition that's currently on Campfire. It's up there in the jungle truck. If you guys want to go for a mental edition, go for it.
This is what I deal with Eli. I called Trevor on Saturday night and said, Eli, what should I ask him? These are the deep journalism questions that Eli said. We got conviction reviews, every day, every other. Oh, by the way, find out if like really best on the outside or around the slot.
Other than preparing yourself
Give me answers.
a tour, which I know is not easy.
We like swimming all over the place.
It takes a lot of dedication to the craft as well as,
be ready for these type of deep questions coming your way when we do Eli calling.
fun stuff. Sometimes not
Well,
fun
that's
stuff.
hard
What
knocks.
what was your lack? What is your things that you gotta do to keep yourself safe?
I feel like at this point,
Well, I have to run. So I'm a big runner. I run like 6 miles every other day. And it just keeps me going because, you know, being on stage for 45 minutes, an hour and a half, like every night, it's a lot. You know, it's like getting blasted out of a cannon. And you know, singing on top of running around stage, headbanging, jumping, like,
they're head coaches for a team. Yes. That's a similarity.
That counts. That counts. Speaking of Mike McDaniels, I saw this mic'd up moment from you two on the sideline last season.
Slam that server, Hondo, we got our wrap. You know, Pierre gonna be geeking on the back end. Yo, Marv, appreciate the request. Hit the space though. Connect.
Bro, your technique was trash.
Your coach said that your technique was trash. What's it like to have such a supportive head coach?
Yeah. I mean, him telling me that my technique was trash, it probably wasn't when I was coming out of high school. But in all honesty, I think I would go on here and say that he's helped resurgence in my career in NFL, playing position with the style of the offense that he brings, and then also sort of meshing it up with what I do as well. So, I really appreciate his trust and belief in me, and then also the organization trust in me.
So that's just my team. Give it back to you, Jim.
Going on the field. Hey,
So, hoping to make it on the weird of this space with our based on boundaries. Been asked to work. So,
bring all 8 guys.
You'll find some folks in there, and, as a long-time sector, and as one of my specialties is working with different personalities, and boundaries is one of my specialties. So we are going to do a space this week on boundaries. So hopefully you might find someone there that I will tailor it to what we're doing here, and
I think that terminology really struck a word. Like, I do need help.
Something like that. But if you don't have an answer, it's like Tropic Thunder.
Tua needs to be a host on this show. He's got movie references, and he's speaking my language. I think we got to break out the guitar, Tua. Where's that? What do you do? Those for show, or you play those bad boys? Let's go.
Yeah, I can play them. I can play them a little.
I don't know what I can play for you guys.
Rocky Top? Dave loves Elvis?
And Rocky Top.
It doesn't sound like we're going to get Otani. It sounded good for a period of time. Let's go get her, guys. Let's go get Hoskins. Let's go get Montgomery. Another one that I think is under the radar, Gio Urshela. I think would be a really good platoon guy.
The good news, Bryce, is I don't think anybody's going to sign until Otani signs. So
Maybe Tears in Heaven.
for the same thing.
You're right.
Anybody major, not Eric Fetty.
Yeah. All right, Bryce. Then.
Thanks, Tess.
All right. Well, again, we are doing our regular episode here within, I think we wanted to press record by 9, right, Sam?
Yeah, you said 8:30, but if we're going to do another half-hour delay, maybe I'll go have a quick recap or something.
Well, I don't think we are. So, I think that's,
Keep going, Tim. Keep going. You're perfect. Great job of using the
Look at this. Listen. Yosh.
I love it.
You guys are hilarious.
You don't sing also, you just play? I thought you were singing it. I thought you were busting it out.
Oh, you thought I was singing it? Oh, that's why we had Peyton. Peyton was jamming. We were waiting for the second verse with Eli.
Yes. He's got nothing. He froze. Tua, we were talking about declaring rights, and you might be in control. The quarterback can make the mic, the center can make the mic. It's not going for the middle linebacker. For example, Ray Lewis telling Eli who the mic should be. That has happened one time to it. It happened one time where Ray Lewis said, no, he wasn't the mic, someone else was the mic, and I listened to him. He was wrong. So I never listened to him.
Yeah, but I think that's pretty intimidating.
Right. Of course, you have to listen to Ray, right? Okay, sure, Mr. Lewis, we want to be the mic. We're like Jake Browning's doing a good job. Trevor's doing a good job. All these young quarterbacks, at least y'all are in control out there. Don't let the middle linebacker tell you how to set the protection. That's going to run the ball well. I think they're doing a good job like the Dolphins. Their run game kind of mirrors their play action, right? They have all the runs, they have play actions off of that. That's a big part of y'all's game. They really put the defense in a tough situation.
Definitely, it's in a tough situation.
There's a little motion also, not as much motion as Miami was up to. It feels like every play y'all have jet sweeps, motions, big motions. So with that, you come to play actions, the run game, and everything. Like all those motions to help you kind of what the defense is doing. Yeah, and do you like that back shoulder throw as well? You like that over those? Yeah.
Oh, that back shoulder was awesome. That was beautiful. And then to Eli's question, yeah, it definitely helps. But then sometimes it can also hurt with some of the fast motions that we have. And trying to see what the defense is doing, and then you send a quick motion and you snap it, and it's a totally different look. So, having to get reps at that during practice, different things you could potentially get off
Aaron Rodgers Packers play. 2 outside guys block. Ingram runs a little quick stick route. It's one of those covered zero edges that Trevor talked about. Had the perfect play called at the right time. Trevor Wright's empty. You can see who's blitzing. You can see who's coming. See the 2 guys blocking outside. Yeah, great blocking on the outside. That's great by Evan Ingram. I felt like Tua was going to say that he liked the quick screen to Ingram right as Ingram was crossing the end zone. I was like ready for that last-minute prediction. We don't have two pictures of it.
Reading my mind.
Yes, exactly.
Read my
All
mind.
just on the same page, from the singing and the guitar, from the lyrics. Hey, Truman, thanks so much for coming on, man. See you next week. See you next week, man.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Man.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, pal.
At Domino's, we believe nothing should get in the way of hot pizza. That's why we're plowing unplowed roads across the country. Thanks! You're welcome, VP. Nominate your town at plowingforpizza.com so you can carry out 2 medium, 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each from Domino's.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Start your holiday season off with one of our new holiday combos starting at $13.99.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Excuse me. Sounds like a spring. Play in the dark. Welcome bright. Also, play in the dark. Tiny wobble. They're small and super wobble. Expanded. You want this number 1999 processing and handling. Different levels sold separately. Must be 18 or older to order.
All right, hey, break down this touchdown pass to Evan Ingram here. Yeah, Eli Turner likes empty formations, right? Because he can see who's blitzing. The Bengals are blitzing 6 guys. He only has 5 guys to block, right? He has to get the ball out of his hands. He goes a little quick flat route to Ingram down here. Watch these 2 outside guys. They're blocking these 2 outside defenders, and Ingram just takes it on the outside, and the guy covering Ingram actually runs in to those other defenders, kind of gets a natural pick. Ingram just takes it all the way down the sideline for the touchdown. Jaguars. I like the call. I like having a cover 0 beater on every single play, like Trevor said. That keeps you dictating to the defense as opposed to the other way around. Perfect example right there. We'll see if the Bengals keep doing that, Eli, now that they've been burned by that cover 0 beater. Yeah, I think once you get that's the best way to stop a team from going with 0 is beat them, right? Beat them with it, put a touchdown on a little short pass. That'll get you out of that. See, it's not a great job by this safety. The safety's got Ingram in man. He kind of takes him where he's going. He kind of takes a bad angle and goes to tackle him. That was a little bit too easy right there. Good job by the receivers. James, he had a great job on that last drive. A couple of little play action, a couple of nakeds, one game right here, right back to a little play action, ball coming out. Again, real progression right there. I don't think that was on the play. I think that's just a play action, but a quick little pass getting it out. And is he open? Throw it to him, right? He's looking at Higgins. There's a one-man read going to him. He's not going to the guy in the flat. I never knew what a pure progression terminology was, but I had a couple plays when I was in college. Is he open? Is he open? Is he open? Right? That's as simple as could be. And they kind of didn't have those plays. Good job stopping, flipping his hips. He knows the guy left is coming unblocked, right? He stops, sticks his foot in the ground, flips his hips, makes that throw. Watch right here. This defensive end is totally unblocked, and he kind of drifts away from him in order to get the throw off and maybe not take the hit, even though the guy on the backside hit him. Welcome to the NFL, Jake. But I like what the Bengals are doing with your plays. You know, I thought you made a great point. Your conversation with Jake. Going to the second play, Eli, and then to the run play. They called 2 plays in the huddle. Yeah, just pounded. Eli, you made a great point. Wait, you never said a compliment about me. What was my great point? Please continue. You said that Jake Browning didn't feel comfortable last week, sort of telling the coaches what plays he liked, what plays he didn't like. And if you don't tell them the plays you don't like, they're going to call him in the game, and you're the one that's going to pay the consequences. So talk about kind of what he did this week that kind of was better. Yeah, and I think we had that conversation last week, and they're asking me to kind of say, yeah, I like this, I like empty, I like that. Also, you kind of learn quickly playing Pittsburgh, hey, maybe I don't like empty. That's hard. My eyes are all over the place. There's too much going on. So I think sometimes it's important that quarterback is maybe not so much what you like, but stuff you really don't like. Hey, kind of like, hey, here are my 5 plays. Please do not call these plays. Go out of the play sheet. I just don't feel comfortable about them. So you got to have that conversation. Sometimes it might be the coach's favorite play. You might love it. You don't want to disappoint them. But I swear, coaches, they want to call plays that you like. As a quarterback, they want to call plays that you're comfortable. That's going to make the offense go, and that's what's going to put everybody in a situation to be successful. What do you like here? We're going Tampa 2. We're going Tampa 2. Right there, right in the flat. You got him. Great job. How about that, Dave? 3rd and 1. Defense going Tampa 2. Obviously, that's probably a big tendency. Run some sort of man beater. Right there, look at that. It's 100% what it is, right? 3rd and 1, you think man-to-man, let's run some kind of crossing route, pick route. The Jaguars know that. They dropped 7 guys in the coverage, play soft zone. Nobody was open. Jake kind of went through his progression, found him back in the flat. That's a good quarterback play. I think what you said, which is very important, you tell the coach you don't like it, you have to say please, right? Please don't call this play, right? Coaches, especially the play callers, they have feelings too, right? You can't say, hey, that play sucks. Don't call that. That's when they get mad and they call it anyway, hoping you might throw an interception. I mean, there's some sabotage where we say, coach, please don't call that play. It's a great play. I just don't feel comfortable. It's all about your presentation. You got to say, let's just run it a few more times. Let's run it next week in practice. I'll get more comfortable. It's kind of gently, letting someone down. It's kind of the, hey, it's you, it's me, not you. It's kind of breaking up the girl that way. Rough pressure right there. They had it picked up. He's lucky. Probably it's a good thing it got tipped. It sure was. I know you hate a tip pass, and unless it's about to get intercepted, you love the tip back. Watch 33 coming from the other side, right? With Rich from one side, everybody's coming across. That was about to hit him in stride. We're about to see how fast Tick was right there. I think maybe pressure again. They're showing it. I think this nickel's coming off because they don't just not do it. Yeah, that one. Now, look at that. Good throw. He's like a little 2-man sky week. 2-man invert week. Yeah. And when he's saying invert, basically what he's saying is that the safety kind of becomes the corner and the corner becomes the safety. They're kind of replacing each other. It's kind of going to protect himself in case they do blitz. He's covered himself. But it blitz and he still set his feet and make the throw. That's what I like about that the most. Right? Cover yourself in the blitz. If they don't blitz, go ahead and go through your progression. Good stuff. Right?
The Pro Bowl games are taking over Orlando with the league's best and you. Be there for the ultimate flag football showdown. Plus, skills competitions, star appearances, and unforgettable fan and moments. Be a part of the action all weekend long. The Pro Bowl games, presented by Verizon. Sunday, February 4th. Get your tickets now.
Start your holiday season off with one of our new holiday combos starting at $13.99.
Popeye's chicken wings make no sense. Marinated in Louisiana spices, hand-battered and cooked, and then we have the audacity to call all 5 flavors fast food? Someone should really say something. Order something.
Laser X, the #1 home laser tag game on the planet. Brand new Ultra Series has the most incredible lighting effects ever. Choose red, blue, or 20 other team color combinations. Or go Ultra mode and cycle through them all. Plus, Ultra Blasters reveal who tagged you. And blasters with the 200, 300, or over 500-foot range. You can get the Ultra Blaster double set for $49.99. Shipping is free. Batteries not included. Extra blasters sold separately. Plus 18 years of older tour. Laser X.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Granger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts, so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, visit Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, we got Big Apples that join us in the third quarter. Shooting out there. Someone please post-face me. Three-quarters yet. I think we got halftime. We got time. Hey, center of three-quarters yet. So, I mean, that's the memo. I should have been around earlier, right? I thought Jimmy was going to wear one. I know Ocho Cinco is going to wear one. So, yeah. All right, we're going to drive here, Pay. Jay Brown is putting on a clinic. He lied 16 for 18. Keep doing what they're doing, right? 1-2 reads. Pound that run game. The stats are a little bit better than Jamar Chase, 1-for-1, but with -7 yards. So I like Chase on the ball. Jamal's footwork was very disappointing on that pass play. But let's see, Jacksonville possibly look to call a timeout after this. Do you think they get him into a third down? Yeah, into a third down, yes. Right here. Cincinnati would like to kind of, take their time here, move the pocket here. But it feels like we'll get the pocket. It's hot. It's hot. Nice. It's hot for the ball like it got here. Walker in the flat, right? Kind of played it well. Easy to throw that ball on the line and have him get his hands on it. A little up and down throw. Up over the linebacker. There you go. Takes ball left. It's an up and down throw. It has a purpose to it, right? It's a little purpose over him, but you get the ball before that corner falls off and makes that hit. I'll talk about that. Jacksonville, like I said, I think you were teaching them that passing count. That's why you were on the kids' field on the other side. Me and Shanahan and coaching things. That's not sure what it takes to me. I promise I'm happy man passing academy. I promise I'm there. You want on? You have your chance. I'm already on it. You have your chance. I like taking it to the end route, the back of the end zone. Okay? All right. I have a picture of
Zoe, you're an action star. Hey, join T-Mobile and get 4 new iPhone 15s on them and 4 lines for $25 a line. That camera, I'll be sharing pics from this phone to YouTube. Not want to see yourself skiing. Yeah, I'm good at skiing. You're stuck for minutes.
This holiday, T-Mobile get 4 new iPhone 15s on us and 4 lines for unlimited for $25 a line.
What do you think of the jacket? You look like a marshmallow.
Hey, make your prediction. Let's go. Hurry up. Let's pound it again. They pounded it again. Hey, which one do you want? Pick one. I don't deserve it. I don't like either of those. But this one, I'm telling you, the play action is going to work the rest of the game because they're staying committed to the run. I love it down here in the red zone, right? That's your best red zone play. As the field gets smaller down there, just get Joe running downhill. He did not have enough carries last week. Coaches admitted that. They put Jake in a tough situation, so I don't need to be on the panel, right? Just because I make good predictions doesn't mean I have to be on the panel. I'm on there, represented. Jacksonville have a 2-minute drive. Do they get points before half? Make the prediction right now. Yes, they do.
It's been so long since I've seen you. You guys should come over and watch the game again this Sunday. We would love that.
You said you didn't want to watch the game.
What? No, I didn't, sweetie.
You said they never stop talking.
Girl, I never said that. You just be making stuff up. You don't need to see the replay. Who's to the hip?
This What Really Happened replay is brought to you by Progressive. One thing no one would challenge, saving money when you bundle home and auto with Progressive.
Where is that person?
Here's hoping we can all be home for the holidays. Not really. Celebrate like only the Jeep brand can. With everything you could ever wish for, including Jeep Grand Cherokee, the official vehicle of winter. Join the family that lets you go anywhere and do anything. Jeep, there's only one.
During the Jeep Wrap-Up the Year sales event, get 10% below MSRP, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on those 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Grand Cherokee Up models.
DirecTV Sports Central brings your game stats and scores together, and now you can get it without a satellite. One more reason to finally get rid of cable. But getting rid of the cable guy might not be as easy.
Visit DirecTV.com for up to a $400 reward card.
DK Royal Crispy Wraps. You can meal or have it as a snack. Only $2.99. It's a hunger hack and it fits in one hand. And BK. Have it your way.
All eyes are on the East Coast for a Monday Night Football double feature. On ESPN, Derrick Henry and the Titans head to Miami to take on the dynamic duo Tua and Tyreek. And on ABC, Jordan Love and the Packers are pushing for a playoff spot as they head to New York to face Saquon Barkley and the Giants under Monday Night Lights. The Titans Dolphins on ESPN, Packers Giants on ABC, plus the Mannings on ESPN2.
Warm-ups yesterday at MetLife Stadium. Coaches and staff from the Jets and Falcons completed the first ever joint nap stairs line. Atlanta assistant coaches Matt Schaub, TJ Yates also ran the stairs with them to honor Napper's legacy and to raise funds and awareness for the dangers of distracted driving. As part of this weekend's My Cause, My Cleats initiative around the NFL, 14 coaches from the Cowboys, Texans, Jets, and Falcons, such as Dan Quinn, Joe Douglas, chose the Coach Knapp Memorial Fund for My Cause, My Cleats this year. Greg Knapp is one of the great guys in the NFL. He coached me with the Broncos, Eli, Coach Steve Young, Coach Schaub, Coach Matt Ryan. He loved to run the stairs at stadiums before games. Cyclist was lost him. It's just been a terrible deal, and really appreciate Charlotte, his wife, helping to raise awareness to try to prevent distracted driving. They're doing a great job with this initiative. NFL really stepped up and supported it. Napper was one of the best. We miss you, Napper. I think they did get points in. I think a field goal is kind of what you're shooting for. Yeah, no timeout. You don't want to do anything. Just go incompletion, and give it right back to the Bengals. Timeouts. Now that Jake, Browning is channeling his Joe Burrow Boomer Esiason on fire for the Bengals. Good decision right there. Like, positive first play, 2 minutes, don't call timeout here. Let's go. To the trouble. He's working. Right, they're doing this. What you're talking about. Let's just stay lined up in the same formation. Everybody's lined up in the same spot.
not changing. Let's go down. Hey, Trump does a great job. I mean, all the time, just kick the ball out on time. Like that first play, he didn't wait, look downfield, come to the check down late. He knew he was going to the check down, get him to him early, get the field. That one, you saw one high. That's an outside stop route. 1, 2, 3, balls out on time. He does a great job. The ball coming out when it's supposed to come out, so the receivers get it during the right time. Empty here. Let's get the first down here, and then we need a timeout. No, don't do it. You gotta call it. They tried to hit a little Evan Ingram on the out route, had it covered, tried to come backside to something. Anyway, when I had the deep over, you'll see they have a shallow route, the deep over coming from the left side. Eventually, number 7 might open up late, but that's not really. All right, so now, second short play. Timeout. Let's take timeout. Jackson going to call their last one. Okay, so now we're in a first. Let's get the first down. Let's get up and spike it right away situation. Yeah. I've done a little some sort of zone blitz. They're fake on back. No go. Fake left, no right. I'm dead wrong. Oh, well, tired. No, just go up. They brought weak safety Will, the exact blitz that we kind of talked about earlier that we showed in the pregame of Van Pelt. He didn't have time to change. He didn't get the snap. He picked it up and threw it because he dropped it. Young quarterbacks from home. If you don't get the snap, you don't get the laces, don't try what he just did. That was not a normal throw that he just made. He actually should have caught it. He got up there and the spot. The ball did not come out good. It did not come out well. It was a wobbly ball. It might have been a lot of wobbly balls. That thing was super wobbly. Like that safety. I don't know if that safety was in the middle field. Oh. The first 2 plays of the 2-man was so really right. Positive first and second down play. The second one was perfectly in phase. We started going backwards. They need to hand this off and just sort of take the, be appreciative of where they are. Right? I mean, let's not get too cocky. Let's go to the half. Let's save our timeouts. Maybe they'll carry over in the second half. Yeah, Brown 17 of 19 in the first half. He told me he thought he was going to get better from his week 1 to week 2, and he was right. He was feeling it. Jake Browning looks like Kenny Anderson right now, just putting on a clinic, just matriculating down the field. Take Tram this way. Okay, well said.
Well, we got to stop the run. That's the thing that's hurting us right now. We got to tackle better. If we can at least slow down the run game, put the ball in his hands, and we can let our pass rushers go.
They are number 4 against the run this season. 67 rush yards on the board for the Bengals through a half. We're tied at 14. Stay tuned. All-State halftime comes your way next.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Because you know that just because it fits in the cup holder doesn't make it to go. And you know how to brake without breaking everything. And you're definitely not doing, okay, I don't even know what this is, but you're definitely not doing that. With Allstate, you're connected to a rate based on you.
This is the All-State halftime.
the coach is telling them the plays that he really likes. He wants to throw in the move. You see them move in the pocket. Easier progressions for him. No more empty. A little safer with the protections. And he's throwing the ball extremely accurate and keeping us in this game. We had a great game starting through the third quarter, tied up.
We do, and the next get the ball coming out of the locker room. And look, this is a game that they're supposed to win, right, in theory. And as they're trying to get to 9-3, you're trying to take the next step, right? Made the playoffs last year, trying to maybe have hope this year. How important a statement is it to come out, put points on the board to start the third quarter to ultimately secure a win here?
Yeah, definitely. I think they haven't had a bad half. They've been moving the ball. Both teams have had long possessions, long drives. So I think they still feel confident in what they're doing. Got to get the run game going a little bit. They got into a couple third and longs, which is tough towards the Bengals. They can bring some of their exotic blitzes. So I think both teams feel really good going in the second half. Both teams probably feel they can win this game.
Yeah, if Trevor handles that snap with Ridley deep, could have been a 7-point lead going into the locker room. They get the ball to start the second half. Eli, you okay? Enjoy yourself over there on the Bandicast. Appreciate you, man.
Nice, guys.
When we continue, Niners make a massive statement in Philadelphia. Dolphins high-flying offense soars to a 30-point win. Boomer in the fastest 3 minutes right around the corner.
You're watching the All-State halftime. All-State, you're in good hands.
At Target, get low prices on parties. Get your party started for less at Target.
What gives me the fuel to want to help is my mom, who is blind from a domestic violence situation. Her drive that she has every day, waking up to continue life, not making any excuses, still doing what she loves to do, that's helping other people.
There is hope after trauma. All you have to do is get up each day and believe in yourself.
This is my cause, and these are my cleats.
This is Melissa.
Welcome back to the All-State halftime.
Jimmy, a man up there, we are not going to stop chasing the dream. You can't.
Stronger than.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Dynamic play from Kevin Ingram gave the Jags the lead, but the Bengals advanced and tied at 14. Time now for Boomer for the fastest 3 minutes. Boom.
Hi, Scott. Steamrolling into December. Week 13 will be lucky or unlucky atop the NFC heavyweight battle. 10-1 Philadelphia hosting 8-3 San Francisco. And I know what their uniform colors and wear them all the time. Red and green on the field. Why not? 'Tis the season. Here we go with our fastest three from Philadelphia, where we all remember last year, NFC Championship game, won by the Eagles over the Niners, who ended up without a quarterback. Things would be different this time. Deebo Samuel had 3 touchdowns for San Francisco. Niners certainly had a quarterback in Brock Purdy. 4 touchdown passes for him. Deebo, one more for the road as the Niners cruise. In New Orleans, the Lions post a 21-0 lead in the first 7 minutes. Jared Goff, Sam Laporta opening the door. Saints getting close to Oh, the Lions are having fun. Jameson Williams. Well, around a Jameson for everyone. Detroit's best record since 1962. They're 9-3. Don Shula's Dolphins, Super Bowl 7, finishing the perfect season by beating Washington. Super Bowl hopes again for Miami. Tua, the Tyreek Hill bombs twice. Tua had more first half yards than Washington did to do Miami 9-3. Broncos and Texans, who knew they beat the big game in December. C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, almost 200 yards for him. Russell Wilson, Broncos battle back. Last seconds, Jimmy Ward with a pick. Houston 3 picks in the second half. They're 75. Indies Nick Cross blocks a Tennessee punt. Brad Stewart returns it. Things getting really hairy for the Titans. Tony Brown punches the ball loose before it's even punted, and now we go to overtime. To Michael Pittman for the touchdown. Colts win. They won 475. Brad Weather delayed the Steelers game at home against Arizona for over an hour and a half combined. Kenny Pickett leaves ankle injury. James Conner, one-time Steeler, back in town as a Cardinal. He had 100 yards. Cards pulled the shotgun. Joe Flacco, Super Bowl winner 11 years ago. Baltimore off the counts, playing well for Cleveland. Playing better as Matthew Stafford. Cooper showed McCool with a 70-yard touchdown. Rams have won 3 over 6-6. Baker Mayfield to Mike Evans for Tampa at home. Evans joins Jerry Rice as the only receivers with 1,000 or more yards in 10 straight years. Bucks beat Carolina. And Weather in the middle, he's going to give us just a standout here. When do you see a safety 5 yards deep in the end zone? 2-0 homer. Pete Alonso for the Jets/Mets. Desmond Knighton, Michael Pruitt on the touchdown of the game. Atlanta 6-6 at first place. Rain also in New England. No touchdowns in this game. Patriots defense held the Chargers to about 1 yard a carry. But Khalil Mack, a couple more sacks for him. Chargers win 6-0. New England, 3 straight games. They've allowed 10 or less points, but they've lost the ball. Hadn't happened since the 30s. NFL Prime Time on ESPN Plus during Hamburger Sunday nights, Monday through Wednesday, whatever you want. Scott?
Everyone, thank you. We're tied up here. A couple of Mixon touchdowns. This is a remarkable run as he's able to stay upright. Jags get the ball coming out of the locker room. We'll see afterwards for SportsCenter. Enjoy the second half from Jacksonville.
Thank you for watching the All State Halftime.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41. DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Start your holiday season off with one of our new holiday combos starting at $13.99.
Popeyes chicken wings make no sense. Marinated in Louisiana spices, hand battered and cooked, and then we have the audacity to call all 5 flavors fast food. So would you really say something? Or you need to order something?
Introducing the all-pro passer robotic quarterback. Just pump, press, and pass. Slam, post, short, long. All-pro passer has 9 different passing zones so you can run hundreds of plays. And it can launch the ball over 25 yards. It's perfect for any park or backyard. You can get your all-pro passer and a TV bonus sticker sheet for $49.99 plus $8.99 processing and handling. Must be 18 or older to order. Only from NSI.
What an amazing game. Kirk Herbstreit rejoins us now. Kirk, can you believe what we just saw? Scott, just an incredible play. ESPN on Hulu plus live TV. ESPN on Hulu plus live TV. You with me? We're talking about the game-winning drive here. I can't believe they scored. The quarterback, really, ESPN on Hulu plus live TV. Just because ESPN on Hulu plus live TV. ESPN on Hulu plus live TV. Got it. Thank you. So I guess this is what we're doing.
Take a moment to pause and ask, why did you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia?
I help others, but I need to help protect myself.
Honestly, I couldn't afford to get sick.
I want to be there for this one. I can't if I'm sick.
Pneumococcal pneumonia is a potentially serious bacterial illness. You may be at risk if you're 19 to 64 with certain chronic conditions, or if you're 65 or older. Don't pause a moment longer. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia today.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Take it off. That's not a proof. Does it fit? Dad said you have to be nice to each other. Be nice to your little brother. Merle's got ESPN 2 on the 50. I think we got to break out the guitar to it. Please no. You said that actually Florida State should have gotten in over Alabama.
I did not say any of that. I don't think it'll be on this play, but I think it's going to be a run for a touchdown.
That counts. Look at this.
Man, you guys are too nice. Perfect prediction.
All right, Tay, we got a big game, a good game here. Jacksonville 14-all. He called it. You knew Jake Browning was going to be, on fire tonight. And just, his completions. I think both of them might have been tip passes, but look, both offenses are playing very well. But Jake's just a lot of movement in the pocket for these nakeds, going on the move, going on the run, little play action, one receiver routes right there. So he's in a great rhythm. I think Jacksonville's got to change things up for him, try to get him uncomfortable, but he's seeing defense really well right now and making some really nice throws. I think this guy's probably just still the right way to go. Jacksonville's got to do a better job on first and second down. BPM, third long situations, no different than what Cincinnati's trying to do to Trevor, right? It's going this series, right? First and second down production, that's what you want as an offense. Stay out of those third longs. Defensively, they're thinking just the opposite. You do not want to play the Bengals in a lot of third and 10 and 12. They can do all sorts of different things. So, see if Trevor can get the snap better this second half and not throw blind, Hail Mary, wobbly passes like these, right? It's just kind of get the snap and throw some spirals this half. That's next go. He got lucky last week against Houston on a goal like that. Late in the game was kind of a behind, right? Override do it behind them. Houston dropped an interception late. Could have changed that game. Going on the run, right? Those guys are chasing that defender coming from behind them. We're going to miss. We got to miss out in front. It's kind of a weird bootleg, but he kind of faked to the same side that he rolled out to. You don't see that. You see fake away, fake left, roll right. Fake right, roll right. Nice throw there. Like that. Just a little classic kind of tied in over the ball, a hook and a flat. Yeah, kind of had the flat out there. A now route and a spray curl route. Yeah. Spray curl, kind of it's a slide, kind of wide eye, kind of wide loop, bring it out. He's in the slot. He sprays to the numbers, right? By 2 yards outside the numbers. This is kind of a landing spot that he wants to do. Oh, he can stop on third and long. What are you doing? Jeez. I'm just going to brag about Trevor Center, Luke Fortner, they're on the same page, communicating, and get stopped on the third and long. It's got to be the center's fault, right? Block. Yeah, it's the right hand's fault. I want to block the guy. I don't need to make the play, but I think he's got to change for the running back. Third and 2 series in a row. The son of a... Second one they had last series, third one. What are you doing? All right, Adam. Adam, 20 us, come back. see here, little Bengals, little Lemons, and Browning right now.
I think we're all in for a very big
How would you describe the chicken to someone who had never tasted it?
Literally melting your mouth tender. We don't have a freezer. You know, it's almost like a farmer's market. When you walk into the restaurant, you should hear the sizzle that you're hearing right now. Send all those waves into your mouth.
You're making me hungry.
Season X, the #1 home laser tag game on the planet. The brand new Ultra Series has the most incredible lighting effects ever. Choose red, blue, or 20 other team color combinations. Or go Ultra mode and cycle through them all. Plus, Ultra Blasters will who tag you. And blasters with the 200, 300, or over 500-foot range. You can get the Ultra Blaster Bucket Set for $49.99. Shipping is free. Batteries not included. Extra blasters sold separately. Must be 18 years old or more. Laser X.
Escape the never-ending cycle of nasal medications with Lavage Nasal Care.
I tried a bunch of solutions. I tried nasal sprays, I tried allergy medications, and I tried the Neti Pod, but I found the Lavage was just much better on all fronts.
Lavage was sailing through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking up mucus, allergens, and germs without drugs.
I've heard a lot of friends and family use Lavage. The Lavage is worth every penny, and then some.
Available at major retailers or online at Lavage.com.
Royal crispy caps. Eating with the meal or have it as a snack. Only $2.99. It's a hunger reality that fits in one hand.
All right, let's welcome in a big Bengals fan, Kate Adams, the host of the daily show called Up and Adams on YouTube and Max. Kate, can you help me settle a bet between Kate and I about this show? Are you up or are you Adams? I have a hunch you're Adams.
And here comes the dad jokes. I'm in a quarter zip sandwich here on his YouTube. What a ballgame we have, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm Adams. I get that question a lot, so I think that's the question. Are you fast or are you manic?
I'm manic. Also, we have that comment. Not true. That's not true. Too fast. Totally fast. Hey, from Chicago, you've become a huge Bengals supporter these last few years. My question is, do Bears fans give you a hard time, or do they actually understand because some of them wish they had a different sort of recall as well?
Man, this is me in Cincinnati, living my best life as the ruler of the jungle. You know, Chicago fans are not happy with me. But, you know, Eli used a relationship metaphor earlier in the broadcast, and it's the same old story. You know, since before I was born in Chicago, things got a little stale. I was looking for a warm embrace, and I fell into the arms of a beautiful new love before the 2021 season with Burrow and Chase. I didn't really understand why everyone wasn't hopping on board what was going on there. And then it was an incredible ride to trying to get back to the win. Maybe with this guy, the most improved quarterback I've ever seen in 7 days.
No doubt, no doubt. It's on fire. That video we showed with you dancing at the Bengals mascot named Uday, and everybody likes mascots, but I want to show you some pictures after Jake here goes on this photo too. They're showing man, they're going to bring him to the go, get it, boy. Oh, here he comes, touchdown. Let's go. Yes.
This guy is on fire.
On fire. I don't know if I'm asking for the perfect prediction yet, but it's coming. They were showing blitz, but I think the Bengals talked about having enough guys to block the blitz. I'm not making a kick. I have to protect an audible to the protection. So they had enough guys to block. Nice job by the Tigers stepping up. Texas Streets one-on-one on the outside. Why would you not go with the Chase on one-on-one go route? Perfect quarterback play right there. Great play call as well. by Taylor Callahan. Last 32 days when they played Amplitude. This one looks like they were trying to play some sort of blitz one. Some confusion. Basically had one-on-one. Thinking that. Kate was thinking that. She might get on the board.
DirecTV Sports Central brings your game stats and scores together. And now you can get it without a satellite. One more reason to finally get rid of cable. But getting rid of the cable guy might not be as easy.
Visit DirecTV.com for up to a $400 reward card. You know, it never bothered me that Michigan didn't have a mascot. But after living in this house for so long, it started to feel a little different. This is going to be so fun. It's like a special bond, player and mascot. So I thought I'd give it a try. And that's when I learned why the Michigan Wolverines don't have a mascot.
Around here, we like to keep things simple.
Sure do. That's why at Progressive, we show you rates from other companies, even if they're lower than ours, so you can choose what's best for your family.
Comparing rates used to be a hard day's work, but now with Autoquote Explorer.
You need help yet?
No.
So join us. The taste of what Progressive is the thing people trust. Sorry, are we talking about apples now or insurance?
All eyes are on college basketball has broken rise.
Or unflinching, undeniable focus. That's our move. Number 4, Iowa versus Iowa State. Wednesday at 7 on ESPN2.
All right, Paige, you see right here, you see the safety number 5. He's trying to get someone out on number 83 Boyd. You can kind of see him as the play runs here a little bit. He's saying, hey, someone's got to get out there. Someone's got to get out there and cover him. So he's got to stay that way a little bit. Normally, Jamar Chase is one-on-one on the left side. Even if it's one-on-one, they usually keep a safety over the top to kind of double him so you don't get this play. But because there's some confusion, no safety over the top, no help whatsoever. That's the easiest decision a young quarterback can make in the world. You know, one-on-one, Mark Chase, no safety on top, throw a fade route all day. That's your best receiver in the NFL. Just throw it up and protect it. I like it. Okay, you saw that? You agree?
I mean, I made it happen. Let's be honest. I popped on. They started feeding the top receiver. I got to commend Zach Taylor committing to the run has been super helpful, and I can't appreciate Browning not panicking more. Not panicking, getting the ball to your best playmaker. A chef's kiss. Love it.
Yeah, you were very high on Trevor Lawrence entering this season, and you may know this, but Trevor wears number 16 because he wore number 16 in college because of Peyton. That's the number Peyton wore in college. So I want to see a photo when I can. And this is Trevor with Peyton's hair. And would you be more or less confident in this version of Trevor? If he had that hair, do you think he'd be successful?
I just want to commend you, the commitment to showing that photo as much as you guys possibly can. Squeezing all of the juice out of it makes me so happy, Eli. I absolutely love it. Listen, the Fabio thing worked good, right? National champion, high draft pick. He could get the 1 seed in the AFC with the win here tonight over the Bengals. But if he wants 2 Super Bowls, he's got to change his hair to that pick value. He just did.
It flows like that. Look at that. That's a tight window. Channeling my hair on that throw. That was a very tight window. Okay, Bengals defensive coordinator Anarumo. You're a fan of his. You've spoken to Bengals defensive players about how much they want playing for him. In the conversation, what is it about the coach that those players love?
in their top 5 in takeaways defensively. So we'll see if we get one here from your guy, Trevor Lawrence. We'll see. Tackling's been an issue. Here he is. He was just on my show on Up and Adams on Friday, and I talked to DJ Reader recently. He said probably before the season started. I think it's about honesty and about accountability. He says he doesn't like to sugarcoat things. He'll walk in and he will have the hard conversations, tell the guys when they need to improve on stopping the run. One of those things in the past couple of weeks after it happened to the Steelers last week on some big plays as well. And there's also a level of accountability that he's bringing with himself. DJ Reader told me he was the first one to walk in after a bad game and say, I should have prepared you guys better. I should have communicated this a little better. So I wouldn't be surprised. I know that the past couple weeks haven't been the best. They've got some injuries. Cam Taylor Britt, their breakout star. There was Von Bell. We've got some of these kids playing, these young guys playing amazingly so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does get more head coaching love in the offseason.
I like when coaches, players like when coaches admit, hey, that's a bad call there, right? And we all make mistakes just forget it. So I definitely see it more there. Oh, ran a corner blitz. Oh, blitz jumped off sides. Hard cadence, baby. Using that cadence, not to get him to jump off side. Well, see a little. He's going to hide that protection. Yeah, he was about to change the protection to get it blocked, and now you potentially have, watch 22, he's blitzing. Now you have a safety coming down the court to cover that receiver, which is a great matchup. You get a block. You're like, do you repeat the same blitz right here on 37? You say, so I think if there's no way to corner blitz again, you do it, right? It's what is that? Reverse psychology, Kay? Is that the right terminology?
Sure. I mean, I'll leave that part to you guys, but absolutely, let's see what happens.
Nice deal right there. Okay, you're talking about great coaches and positive influences. What about Doug Peterson? The impact he's had from this Jaguars team the last 2 years. So we refer it as quote, the Doug Peterson effect. I know you've talked to the Jaguar players about that. What do they say about his impact?
He's a cool customer, this guy. I like his jacket, by the way. I'm not a visor gal, but Doug Peterson can pull it up. I think, we all know he's just great with quarterbacks. He's great at getting the best out of him. It was the first sort of seasons with Carson Wentz, but he wasn't able to do Trevor Lawrence. He needed to be built up to the specific that he needed after, what was a bit of a circus to the start of his NFL career, just a little bit of some dysfunction. So, Doug Peterson has the pedigree. He walks in, he has a ring on. I talked to Christian Kirk, Christian Kirk pulled out of this game. Look at what they're doing. Evan Ingram stepping up, it's really incredible how they're able to adjust on the fly. Their first Monday Night Football game since 2011, which is a thing. Christian Kirk told me that there's very few guys in that locker room, in that team meeting, that have ever played on a primetime game on Monday Night Football. It's a young team that needed new direction. Even just letting Preston shows confidence in the team.
Okay, during my first time playing at the vet, what's your favorite Eagles fans? The two Eli show up, okay? Andy Reid was the head coach, starting quarterback. Doug Peterson. We pulled him in that game, put in a young quarterback named Donovan McNabb, the first round draft choice. So that makes me feel old knowing that I played against some head coaches. Go ahead, Eden. 3rd and 1. Can the Jaguars convert one of these 3rd and 1s, please? This quarterback sneaky. Good leg. Make it.
I don't know. My Bengals season's on the line, so I'm going to say no.
Yeah, got it. Notice how Kay says we, too. I like the we. That's a true fan. Go ahead, Eden. A lot of people have posted things on the internet and then later went on to Reddit. And when we have a second, I want to show something you posted, you tweeted 10 years ago. Show it. Hey, you posted, quote, I wish I was Peyton Manning. And I have to ask, with the benefit of hindsight, would you like to delete this quote right now? You can delete it. I can make that happen if you want.
This is from 2013, I just saw, October, and I will say that I remember that. And Eli, I'm sorry I've never tweeted I wish I was Eli Manning, but, this situation, I remember that game. You guys talk about it. That's why it's so funny. I probably that Mustang area was eligible, another bar deal, so we were playing this game at that point. But it was the 50 points he dropped on the Cowboys, and then this amazing. I mean, you picked the cameras out. This is a glorious athletic display.
I thought it was the game played against the Bengals when you threw 4 interceptions. I thought it was that game. It's different here. You're totally off base. Second and 13. We are red zone. We are definitely in the red zone. It is time. Hey, Adam. This is tough. This is tough for Kim because she doesn't want the Jaguars to score, but to get the interception on the prediction panel. So, hey, what's going to happen here? Are the Jaguars going to score a touchdown? If so, run or pass?
I love the Jags. It's going to get intercepted. That's what's going to happen. They're not going to score. They're not going to manifest that. But if they were closer to the goal line, I'd say Trevor Lawrence just lifts it up and puts it over 17 times. Listen, Trevor Lawrence has 3 rushing touchdowns in the last 2 games, so we're up.
Hey, who do you think worked longer on their hair today, you or Faith?
I didn't do mine. I don't know what that means.
Don't worry. Faith did not do his either.
Why didn't either of you tell me about the quarter zip situation for this program? What kind of teammates are you?
I thought Eli tweeted it out. By the way, Trevor just borrows my hair, right? So I don't even do my own hair because Trevor has it. He's using my hair on this drive right here. All right. If Kim's right about this interception, we're gonna rename the prediction panel after her. That was close. So Kay, just to give you a chance to get on the panel.
They were inefficient. Yeah. For an amount of time though, look at Ethereum at like $5, like $10 or whatever though too. Like everybody can like develop and like work on Ethereum though, right?
And then decide what it is, because that's really the key to the whole game, isn't it, gentlemen?
That's the thing. That's sustainability, though, right? But that's where you have Polygon, to where it's like like fractions of pennies, where like that's usable long term, regardless of like even if Polygon hits like. So you gotta look at like the total supply of Polygon though too, and the market cap. Like it's cool. It's at like what 70-80 cents. Like I don't know. I haven't looked at it recently. But at the same point, like let's say Polygon hits like $2-3, and the market cap is like billions upon billions. Like right now, it's already in the billions. Like it's the top, I think 20. Like I don't know. Like fact check me at this point. Like I'm just shooting from the hip. But at the same point, like that's not gonna change the transaction. Like costs on that though too, to where you're gonna have to build something like that's even better than that though. That's the benefit of like I think layer 2s in the sense that like they haven't been adopted.
And so my outlook on it, I know there's different types, but you just need right? So you got your layer 1 that you get Ethereum that was under $25 a transaction, and it's a little bit slower. You got Polygon takes say 1,000 transaction, rolls it up into 1, and now all these 1,000 people split the cost of that $120. That's why it's cheaper, right? So that's your layer 2. Your layer 3 would essentially be, at one point, and they're burning, Matic, and I know there's different types of layer 2s that aren't CK roll-ups, and they've worked in.
Look at this movie, Yoshi.